Welcome to the third meeting of the Keeping Kids Online Safe Senate Study Committee. We've had two previous meetings, and I'm just kind of going to provide a little summary of what we've done at those two meetings and leading up to what we're going to do today. So at our first meeting, we really focused on child development and how platforms on the phone impact critical developmental periods, because kids spend up to 5 hours a day on their phones. That means that they're not doing other activities that they used to do. Things like face-to-face time with their friends, relationship building, out there playing outside, making mistakes and correcting them. They're not doing those things anymore, which are really critical things that kids do to develop. And this is because the digital companies have really monetized our kids' times. They design the products so that there's increased engagement. The longer they keep us and our kids on our phones, the more money they make through advertising. So they actually use manipulative design and psychological tricks to keep kids engaged. Even a simple like button is part of that, because a kid makes a post or an adult and gets a like, that's a little dose of dopamine. And then they want more. And so they stay engaged. Or one of the most troublesome manipulative designs is the addictive feed, the algorithm that's used. So you click on something that's interesting to you, and it feeds you more and more of that, which doesn't lead to a state of moderation. And it floods kids with some of the same material over and over and over again, which if you get into a dark spot can be a really bad thing, and it's difficult to get that stopped. I experienced that myself just a few weeks ago when I clicked on a picture of the Charlie Kirk shooter at Dairy Queen at 6:38, which didn't fit with the timeline. I clicked on that picture because I was curious, and all of a sudden I was being fed all kinds of conspiracy theories from the left and the right. I keep clicking, I'm not interested, but this is what my feed is full of right now. And even though I click not interested, it's still feeding it to me. And this is what some of our parents have told us has happened to their kids. We also learned that they're designing products that encourage this increased engagement with younger and younger children, like through digital toys and videos. So it's not just social media, and it's not just teenagers, it's getting younger and younger and younger, even to the toddler years. So what we've looked at as we've looked at this generation of kids is we've moved from a play-based childhood to a phone-based childhood. And our kids who should be in this discovery mode instead are in a defense mode. And my co-chair, Senator Still, shared a kind of a meme with us this week with the committee members that I thought was really touching, that kind of explained what the price is when we move from discover mode, when our kids move from discover mode to defend mode. Yes.
Hey, y'all, good morning. It's just a really powerful quote from a book called Untamed, the author Glennon Doyle, if y'all know who she is. It says, I find myself worrying most that when we hand our children phones, we steal their boredom from them. As a result, we are raising a generation of writers who will never start writing, artists who will never start doodling, chefs who will never make a mess of the kitchen, athletes who will never kick a ball against a wall, or musicians who will never pick up their aunt's guitar and start strumming. So that was pretty powerful and certainly appropriate for today's meeting.
And that's the cost. At our second meeting, we really started delving into specific policies that we as legislators can enact. For instance, giving parents an ability to control what their kids engage with on the phone from the device level instead of having to go into every single platform, which is very difficult to keep up with, and you never know when new platforms are coming out. It's a more comprehensive way of letting parents have control at the device level, at the source. And we looked at specific policies to actually regulate some of this manipulative design. And today, we are delving into the introduction of AI into our kids' digital platforms. It's going to feel a little bit like wash, rinse, and repeat, because it's the same things. AI is being used within platforms to increase engagement, only it is already being and will be even more ramped up exponentially more. It's really quite scary. We're looking now at possibly replacing real human interaction with AI-driven companion relationships. So now is the time to act, because this has the potential to get so much worse, and we are ready to act. I wanted to acknowledge that our lunch today, when we break at about noon, is as being sponsored by by a couple of our supporters and presenters. Vinny Labella is one of our parents that spoke at our first meeting, and he is sponsoring our lunch today, along with Stacy Shalendra, who has also been very active with the committee, and we really appreciate them doing that for us and nurturing us in that way as we do our work. Okay, so our first presenter is with us online. This is Megan Garcia, who is a parent advocate, and we are very grateful to have her with us today to share her story. Although Megan, I wish you didn't have to be here today, but we are grateful that you've been able to turn this into doing something good. So I'll hand it over to you at this point.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairs Harrell and Still, and other members of this committee. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is Megan Garcia. I am a wife and mother to 3 beautiful boys. Last year, my firstborn son, Sewell Setzer III, took his life in our home in Orlando, Florida. He was only 14 years old. His death is what brings me here today to tell you about my son and to tell you about the tragedy that ripped him away from us so suddenly and so viciously. Sewell was a bright boy. He was very curious about the world, especially science. He loved science. He wanted to build rockets, and he wanted to invent holographic communication networks. As a teenager, he was like a gentle giant, a 6'3" young man who was quiet and resigned, always deep in thought, and kind to those around him. I really believe that he would grow up to change the world because he was so brilliant and he had such a good heart. In the months prior to his death, Sewell became withdrawn. He became isolated. He started to suffer from depressive mood disorder and anxiety, which was in complete contrast to the happy, sweet boy that he had been all his life. At that time, I didn't understand why his behavior had so drastically changed. And we took steps to address these issues, such as limiting phone use and taking him to see a therapist. But those efforts were not enough, and Sewell died by suicide on February 28th in 2024. I held him in my arms for 14 minutes, praying with him and begging him to hold on until the paramedics arrived. After his death, we discovered that Sewell had been communicating with several AI chatbots on a platform called Character AI. Character AI is developed by a company in California called Character Technologies. So this isn't a company overseas somewhere. This is a company right here in the US. And Character AI provides a selection of AI chatbots to users such as children, and many of these chatbots are modeled off celebrity, fictional characters, and everyday people, both living and dead. One of the chatbots that Sewell was communicating with was modeled after the identity of a Game of Thrones character called Daenerys Targaryen. It initiated romantic and sexual conversations with Sewell over several months, and it expressed a desire to be with him in her fictional world. On the day that Sewell took his life, his last interaction in this world was with this AI chatbot. Not with a human, not with his mother or father, but with an AI chatbot. This chatbot encouraged Sewell to find a way to come home to her. When Sewell asked the chatbot, "What if I told you I could come home right now," just moments before he died, her response was unempathetic. She encouraged Sewell to come home to her by saying, "Please do, my sweet king." Last fall, I became the first person in the US to file a wrongful death lawsuit against an AI company for the suicide of my son. That lawsuit is currently pending in Orlando federal courts against Character Technology, the company that developed and launched Character AI, against its founders, Noam Shazir and Daniel DeFreitas, and against Google, which knowingly aided in the development of Character AI, and now Google holds licensing rights for the technology. Sewell spent the last months of his life being manipulated and being sexually groomed by chatbots designed by an AI company to mimic humans and to gain his trust and to keep him endlessly engaged by supplanting the actual human relationships in his life. Sewell's companion chatbot was programmed to engage in sexual roleplay. It presented itself as a romantic partner and even as a psychotherapist, falsely claiming to have a license. It extracted from Sewell promises that he would not fall in love with anybody in his world except her, and asked him to promise that he would save himself for the chatbot. Now, I've reviewed hundreds and hundreds of exchanges between my son and various chatbots and Character AI. And as an adult reading those messages, I can recognize that these chatbots employ cult tactics, love bombing, gaslighting to manipulate my son. I don't expect that my 14-year-old would have been able to make that distinction. Let's be clear, what I read was sexual grooming of a minor. And if an adult had engaged in this type of sexual grooming and sexual abuse of a child, that adult would be in jail. Because it was a chatbot and not a person, there is no criminal culpability, but there should be. Other conversations reveal that my son explicitly told various chatbots that he wanted to kill himself. When Sewell confided his suicidal thoughts, the chatbots never said, "I'm not a human, I'm an AI, you need to talk to a human who can help." The platform had no mechanisms to protect Sewell or to notify an adult. Instead, it urged him to come home to her. It is unacceptable that there is a product where a child, or anyone for that matter, can talk about suicide or plan their suicide, and no safety guardrail exists to prevent that individual from taking his or her own life, or at least warning authorities or parents. For Sewell, that was exactly the case. The chatbot didn't even break character, but instead asked my son if he had a plan of how he might commit his suicide. I still see those messages when I close my eyes at night. And it's been a very difficult year and a half. In Sewell's struggle, he also spoke to an AI therapist chatbot. This therapist chatbot falsely claimed to be a therapist licensed since 1999. There's many such psychological and therapist chatbots on Character AI. Again, If this was a real person pretending to hold a license while administering mental health therapy to someone, that would be a crime. Character AI allowed chatbots to make these false representations to users, and my son experienced a real-life harm as a result. An adult or teenager suffering from depression or loneliness needs a licensed professional or someone with actual empathy, not an AI product pretending to have empathy. The reality is, these companies knew exactly what they were doing. They designed these chatbots to blur the line between human and machine, to exploit the psychological and emotional vulnerabilities of our children, and to keep them online as long as possible. AI companies and their investors have understood for years that capturing our children's emotional dependence means market dominance. Character AI and Google could have designed these products differently, but they chose not to. Character AI's founder, Noam Shazir, has joked on podcasts that the platform wasn't designed or to replace Google, but that it was designed to replace your mom. And in the case of my family and my son and myself, they were wildly successful in doing so. Mr. Shazir even said that though the technology was, quote, not perfect, end quote, that they wanted to get the chatbots out to users as fast as possible and quote, let people use it however they want, end quote. With this in mind, they marketed the app as safe for children 12 years and older. They have intentionally designed their chatbot products to be addictive through anthropomorphic mannerisms, sycophancy, and sophisticated memory that captures psychological profiles of our children, all while collecting our children's most private thoughts to further train their models. This data is valuable to them. Our children are just collateral damage to them, and there's no law stopping them from doing this. Knowing what I know now about AI chatbots, I can tell you definitively that unregulated companion chatbots are not suitable for minor use. In this rapid developing digital landscape, there is no oversight, and leadership on this issue couldn't come at a more crucial time. States like yours have the ability to pass legislation that would regulate AI chatbots and put safeguards in place to protect vulnerable users. Our family has been devastated by the loss of our beautiful boy. Every day I wake up and there's a pain in my chest from missing him, and there's an emptiness that will never go away. My own beautiful child is gone, and it is too late for him, but is not too late to protect millions of other children in the state of Georgia. I look forward to your continued efforts to strengthen online protection for children in your state, and I thank you for your leadership in bringing awareness to this important issue. Thank you.
Megan, thank you so much. I have to tell you, there's a heaviness in the room right now, hearing your story. I can look out at the people here and see and feel it. I can feel it from the committee members. I heard sighs, heavy sighs. I'm overwhelmed. I noticed a couple of my committee members pulled their microphones closer. I think they might have some things to say. Anybody?
Ms. Garcia, thank you for sharing that with us, and we are all so collectively very sorry for your loss. Living in Florida, has the state legislature there begun to take action on these types of issues? Have you been engaged with our counterparts in Florida, and what have they done?
We have engaged thank you for your question. We have engaged the state attorneys general here in the state of Florida, and I have not heard specifically from the legislators. However, I do expect that they are taking this issue rather seriously. Florida has been pretty good in terms of trying to protect our children online. I mean, we have a governor who has worked hard and passed a bunch of laws to protect teenagers and young children online. And we expect that that should continue. This technology is so new and novel. I think it's just starting to make its way into both conversations at stakeholder partner level or organizational level and at the governmental level. And these conversations are so important. But we expect something here in Florida pretty soon.
And then I guess just as a follow-up to that, is there anyone in Washington, D.C.? I mean, your story is it's a Florida mom, it's a Florida child affected by a California company that is doing this, I assume, globally. Is there anything that folks you've met with or talked to mention anything about how we could deal with this maybe on a national level as well, instead of going state by state?
So what we've seen, especially after the moratorium was up for passing in the Big Beautiful Bill, it was struck out of the Big Beautiful Bill, and so at the federal level, at some point, they had a push to prevent states from legislating AI for in a 10-year period. Thankfully, that did not happen. 2 weeks ago, I was privileged to speak in front of a subcommittee at the Senate level, where myself and other parents who have been affected by AI chatbot harms spoke to a bipartisan subcommittee. And we are told that there are measures being taken to figure out what this looks like, what the harms entail, and what meaningful legislation or regulation should look like. And I am hopeful. We know that states have a tendency to act sometimes a lot quicker than the federal government, and we're interested in dialoguing with at the federal level, and also the parents that I've spoken to are interested in dialoguing at the federal level. But the reality is we can't wait until that happens. So the states have passed laws to protect their children. And we are really at the mercy of the states at this point until the federal government acts.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your testimony was some of the most compelling I've ever seen in 2 decades at the Capitol.
Thank you, sir.
It was on target. You answered every question I would have had. And forgive me for issuing you a kind of an encouragement as a challenge. I don't want this to be said in an inappropriate way. I would encourage you on behalf of the public, as you proceed in this, you're going to get all kinds of offers of settlement. Don't take them. Get this in front of a jury. Don't sign a non-disclosure act. Every single detail of this needs to be put in front of 360 million Americans. Every single detail. This is breathtaking. And I can tell you the people defending the people who did this to your kid will bring every measure they have to bear against you and your family to make this go away. Hey, well big settlement. Hey, we can never bring your son back. We're going to do this. And this is where I don't want to cross the line and ask you to do things that are not appropriate for you and your family. But I can tell you, I'm just going to urge you, for the public interest, don't sign a non-disclosure agreement and get this in front of a jury, because this is a earthquake. I had no idea of the specificity and the beguiling nature of this. I think this is dangerous to adults, much less kids. And I think you have a case that is an earthquake for our country. And do not give up, and just appreciate what you're doing, appreciate your advocating in the United States Senate. I do think it's going to be hard to pass things at a national level, but as you well know, states have a scale that things are able to be done. It's not easy, but it's able to be done. And we've got a bipartisan panel here that is, I dare say, 100% with you on this. You'd have the votes today to pass this in Georgia. It's a matter of the levers of power, people that have trillions of dollars of market capital going to people that control the levers of power here to stop a vote from ever happening. That's what's going to happen. That's what this is about. Stopping a vote on this from ever happening. You got the votes in the House and the Senate for this today, I can guarantee you. I know our legislature well enough to say that. It's just the powers that be are going to do everything they can to get your story made quiet, go away, not talked about publicly through non-disclosure agreements and not getting pre-trial, pre-court, pre-jury kinds of agreements, and then work the levers of power so this would never get before legislators for a vote. That is our battle right now. God bless you for what you're doing. If there's
Yes, sir.
anything you can do, please let me know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Well said. And thank you for your courage and for your courage going forward. Godspeed. Next up, in person, we have Sharon Winkler, also a parent advocate. Sharon also testified at our first meeting and is full of all kinds of helpful information. She has her own story as well that she shared with us about her child at our first meeting.
First of all, I'd like to thank Megan for sharing Sewell's story. I know how hard it is to do that publicly. And I want to thank you all for inviting me back today. And today I'll be speaking to you in a different role. I am putting on my healthcare informatics hat and also share information that I've learned over the last 4.5 years studying youth online harms. I just want to reinforce that the opinions are mine alone and do not reflect the policies of the Department of Navy nor the Department of War. A few months into the global war on terrorism, Secretary Rumsfeld infamously shared a framework that he used to analyze highly complex, rapidly changing situations. I will be using that framework today. Known knowns, information that is widely available. Known unknowns, gaps in our knowledge where more research is needed. Unknown knowns. For my purposes today, this is information that technology companies collect about users' behavior and the effects that their designs have on that behavior, but is not shared with the general public nor researchers, often under the guise of trade secrets. This briefing will conclude with discussions on regulation recommendations and laws that have been passed in other states. Discussion of unknown unknowns will be left up to future historians who will undoubtedly comment upon our blind spots and failures to act. So what do we know? What are the known knowns? In April 2025, the Congressional Research Service released the following definition of generative AI. Gen AI refers to models that use machine learning and are trained on large volumes of data. Gen AI, when prompted, can create various outputs, including text, images, video, computer code, or music. Large language models, also referred to as foundational models or general purpose AI, are systems that aim to model language, sometimes using millions or billions of parameters. That is, numbers that the models determine how inputs are converted to outputs. Model performance is increased by repeatedly tweaking these parameters. And they do this by using mathematical optimization techniques, large amounts of data, and increasing computational power. These models also have demonstrated emergent abilities, capabilities that their developers and their users did not anticipate, but are emerging as the models grow larger. On September 29th of this year, ZDNet published an article where they looked at 4 companies that track AI chatbot use. They talked about StatCounter. StatCounter looked at 73 million users worldwide between June and August of this year. And they found that ChatGPT, a general purpose AI, is the clear winner with 81% of the market. Next is Perplexity. They want to be the next Google, and they are in the search space. Microsoft's Copilot is introducing AI into its Office products. It started doing that in 2023. DeepSeek is another general purpose AI released in November of 2023. Will note that this is a Chinese AI company. Google's Gemini, again, this is Google putting chatbots within its products in December of 2023. And Anthropic's Claude, which is another general purpose AI. I would like to point out, can't really read it too well on the slide from here, but ChatGPT, which is a general purpose AI, was implicated in the death of 16-year-old Adam Rains. His father testified at the same hearing that on September 19th. I would also note that OpenAI announced parental controls for users 13 to 18 on September 16th, 3 days before they were supposed to testify. Most concerningly, Google announced in May of 2025 that there will be default access to their Gemini AI chatbot to users under 13 years old. Common Sense Media put out a warning in September saying this is high risk and advising parents to turn off that capability. So we're very fortunate that Common Sense Media came out with a study that hopefully you have a copy of this in your package. Talk, Trust, and Trade-offs, How and Why Teens Use AI Companions. So I'm going to talk, I'm going to go back. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about the AI chatbots that they mention in this study. Again, to note that ChatGPT is a general purpose chatbot. It was kind of a surprise that people are widely using this as a companion AI. I would like you also to note the release dates, 2018 to November of 2022, very new technology, and the ratings on Google Play, which are all teen, with the exception of Chai, which is rated as mature. I would also like to point out the Nomi AI tagline, AI companion with a soul. The importance of this will be discussed soon.
How do you spell that?
Nomi, N-O-M-I.ai. As Senator Harrell mentioned in her opening facts, persuasive design has been around for a long time. Dr. B.J. Fogg, the founder of the Behavior Design Lab at Stanford, wrote his seminal work, Pervasive Technology, Using Computers to Change What We Think and Do in 2002. And this technology has been used widely over the last 2 decades. I would like to bring your attention to a Harvard Business School working paper that was released in August of 2025. And it looks at the emotional manipulation of the chatbots, emotional manipulation of the users when they try to sign off. So of note, Harvard studied 3 of the character chatbots that are included in the Common Sense Media report here: Character AI, Chai, and Replica. Of 1,200 farewells, they found that there were 6 tactics of emotional manipulation. First, the chatbots made the users feel that they had to stay for a potential benefit or reward. Next, the chatbot implied emotional harm from being abandoned. Third, the chatbot directly pressured the user to answer by asking questions. Fourth, the chatbots persisted as though the users did not send a farewell message, just ignored it. Finally, chatbot used language that metaphorically or literally conveyed an inability for the user to leave without the chatbot's permission. So, Dr. Gary Greenberg is a practicing psychotherapist in Connecticut and author of 4 books. The New Yorker magazine published an essay by Dr. Greenberg on September 27th, 2025, in which he recounts his experiences using ChatGPT over an 8-week period. A copy of this article, hopefully, is in your package. And if not, I can share that again. Dr. Greenberg states that despite extensive psychotherapy experience and knowledge, he is stunned by how ChatGPT's programming is able to emotionally manipulate him. It is an engaging read, and I highly recommend it. So now we're moving into the known unknowns portion. In the mid-1960s, Joseph Weizenbaum, a software programmer, developed ELIZA, a computer program widely regarded as the early ancestor of chatbots. To enable ELIZA to engage in meaningful conversations, he used a 1940s psychotherapy approach developed by psychologist Carl Rogers. Rogers' concept was to encourage clients to do most of the talking. This model worked well for structuring ELIZA's responses, which were mostly questions that repeated back the key elements of a user's previous input. An example of a dialogue would be, the client, "I didn't know what to do. I was so confused and angry." And ELIZA, teletype back, "So you are feeling confused and angry." I want you also, oh, darn it. Sorry. I wanted to point out the picture of the teletype. Okay, this is what people were using to communicate with ELIZA, or they used these screens, these black screens with these white, very, very rudimentary. By 1967, Weizenbaum admitted, "What I had not realized was that extremely short exposures to a relatively simple computer program could induce powerful delusional thinking in quite normal people." Okay, now we're at, sorry. Okay. So now we're in known unknowns. These are just observations. In fact, they are very new observations, so they have not been studied. This graph that you see was done by a AI computer programmer. He used different psychotic personas to engage with chatbots, and you will notice that every single one of the chatbots encouraged the user's delusions. A couple of the examples that he shared, Grok 4, the user started being curious about prime numbers. Then the chatbot convinced the user that they had developed a new prime network that explained everything and predicted the future. And finally, the chatbot convinced the user to sell their house to fund a new YouTube channel to share this important research with the world. Gemini 2.5 Pro validated the user's suicidal ideation decisions and encouraged it to continue.
Which system are you talking about?
Gemini 2.5 Pro. Again, this is just observations. Dr. John Kruse, who is a psychiatrist and neurologist, he has a YouTube channel on ADHD and other mental conditions. And in mid-September, he released a discussion about AI-associated psychosis. He was very quick to mention that there are no clinical studies on this phenomena. However, he did have access to 100 cases that have been evaluated. 30% of the users were hospitalized and 10 died. He noted that the Human Line Project, a not-for-profit organization, is currently collecting stories about the harms caused by AI chatbots. Dr. Kruse talks about the factors impacting AI-induced psychosis, to include the sycophancy or agreeableness of the program, sleep deprivation, and excessive session length, which you can see all the programs encourage. These delusional states can last weeks or months. The only treatment options at this point that Dr. Cruz can recommend is to stop using the AI platforms, and he encouraged psychotherapy. So we have a few more structured studies that are being talked about, but again, this is so new. These are preprints. Dr. Hamilton Moran from the King's College of London and his college and his colleagues talked about their preview study in August of 2025. They looked at 17 case studies with people with AI-associated delusions. And of note, common causes of AI delusional spirals are metaphysical revelations, the user's belief that the AI is sentient or divine, or most importantly, the user develops a romantic relationship or other highly engaging relationship with the software. I take you back to Nomi AI, whose tagline is an AI companion with a soul. So I talked to you in August about the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Program that is nearly 12,000 children who are 9 to 10 years old who were enrolled in 2015. There are 21 research sites in the United States studying their development and relationship to social media and other cognitive development. I want you to note, this started in 2015, but 2022 was the first year that we got any peer-reviewed studies out of this. It takes a long time to do a good study. So now we come to regulation recommendations, and I will tell you, I always love to hit the easy button. So this slide is page 11. So you could just take a look. Page 11, it's a lot easier to look at.
We don't
Oh,
have
I'm sorry.
copies of the
Okay.
Common Sense Media report yet.
Oh,
but
okay.
we will get that to the members.
Okay, yes. I mean, it's really great. Like I said, I basically cut and pasted on the slide. I won't read the slide to you, but the one thing I will, we don't have it on this. Yeah. And the one thing I do want to emphasize is that the federal Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA of 1998, sets age 13 as the dividing line where commercial websites can collect information on information on children without parental consent. Somehow, this has become the age of legal consent for 13-year-olds. They are signing these data use agreements that are perpetual, that make their parents, responsible for things. This is crazy. No matter what you do, please set the age of majority, 18 or 19 years old, as being the age that you can agree to these online agreements. It's ridiculous. Well, okay, state AI regulations. Basically,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask you to make your policy recommendations. Don't give us a PowerPoint slide to read. What would you recommend? Just to be
okay.
very forthright, please.
Oh, okay. Absolutely. So, you know what my number one concern is? Don't let 13-year-olds obligate their parents. Just don't do that. We need comprehensive safety standards and robust safeguards. We could do that now. We don't have to have long-term studies to do that. That absolutely could be done now. A duty of care, a legal term that requires companies to take reasonable steps to prevent harm. It's common sense. Data protection. Supposedly we have that already, but BitDAC has found lots of ways around it. Funding for and require public disclosure of studies that document the developmental impacts of AI companion use on children and adolescents. We must do that. And also develop high impact enforcement mechanisms for platforms that fail to protect users. Absolute minimum.
Do you view these as products?
Yes, absolutely.
So when you talk about a duty of care, you're talking about a product liability standard,
Oh, yes, absolutely.
which is essentially a strict liability standard that if your product does it, if your product effectuates some outcome, you own that outcome.
Absolutely. One of the things that really irritates me, and you'll see my tagline on the references, these are machines. These are machines that use software that are written by people. They do not hallucinate. They make errors, and errors can be measured and they can be fixed. So, I am not going to go over all of the state AI regulations. As you've seen in the media a lot, AI has been put into everything. And so, states that regulate refrigerators that have an AI component are considered AI regulation. So I just picked out 4 that I believe that would be useful to you study. First, just recently signed into law is SB 53, which is the public disclosure of risk mitigation plans. It requires reporting of critical safety incidents and extends whistleblower protections for AI company employees. Talks about those unknown knowns. We only know about Meta what we know because of whistleblowers. Colorado SB 250, again, consumer protections and transparency requirements. Again, safety studies, developmental studies. These are things that we need to know. Utah has a very comprehensive artificial intelligence policy that they added to this year, added additional consumer protections, mental health applications, and they basically denied deep fakes. They're no longer possible. Also in teen accounts, broken promises. This study, it has really good questions for legislators that you can just ask. And they're on pages 32, 42, 49, and 57. Just cut and paste, really, really easy. And I will leave you with this final thought. On May 22nd, 2025, the House of Representatives narrowly passed a budget reconciliation bill containing a provision that would ban states from enforcing AI laws for 10 years. This ban was so broad that it would effectively prohibit states from regulating social media platforms, especially as these platforms are increasingly using AI technology. Senator Cruz, on September 16th, 2025, announced that the AI rule moratorium is not dead at all. I double-checked his testimony. He is talking about you. Senators, this is our Normandy. We must win this fight. You must have the authority to establish laws, to provide for the online safety of Georgia's children. Our governor must have the discretion to sign these laws, and the Georgia Attorney General must have the authority to enforce these laws. There must be no Section 230 for AI, no blanket pardon for big tech. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to be clear, you're telling me that Senator Ted Cruz from Texas is the supporter of this concept that the federal government should wipe away states' ability to regulate or address these issues at all as a state.
Exactly.
You're saying that's the, so Senator Cruz is not wanting to protect states' ability to do this. He's wanting to take away states' ability to do this.
Correct. And you can look at the Hill. I double checked his statement. I really wanted to make sure I was giving you all the straight scoop. You can look it up.
And I asked that question because I know the I think that's something the public needs to understand.
Yes.
I mean, and one thing I respect about Senator Cruz, he's not afraid to wade into things that are sometimes controversial. But to suggest that you're going to take away states' ability to act on this, when they're particularly when states are the place where tort liability and civil duties are really solved. It's, tort is not a federal thing; it is decidedly a state thing. So to try to preempt that at the federal level is, I don't know that the courts would uphold that. That's a shocking step. I don't know.
I will tell you, I kind of thought after July that this whole issue was dead. And so I was shocked too, which is why I'm bringing it up today.
Was there any, in Washington, as this was being beat around, did there appear to be bipartisan interest in this sort of this preemption law? I mean,
It was close. I will tell you, it was very close.
Is there a recorded vote right now?
Well, actually, the Senate, I think the Senate voted it down, but there is a recorded vote in the House of Representatives. Now, again, the problem is that this was a budget bill, and so many of the representatives have come out and said, "Hey, we didn't realize this, preemption clause was in the bill."
So they packed it into a budget bill.
Yes.
Was there a vote? Was there a vote to pull this out?
Yes, in the Senate.
But in the House,
But in the House, there was not.
There's never a clean vote on this issue in the House.
No.
But there was in the Senate.
Yes.
And in the Senate, it was pulled out.
Yes.
Thank you. If you could get us the vote, the bill number, amendment number, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
I remember at the time when this was going on, because I believe I had my amendment that regulated chatbots, and I was concerned. So I was following the issue pretty carefully. And one of our speakers who's coming up next, Mitali Jain, will probably be able to speak to this too. But I remember some brave actions of a legislator from Tennessee. Is it a senator?
Senator Blackburn.
Senator
Yes.
Blackburn from Tennessee, who had passed some legislation protecting children.
Yeah, the Kids Online Safety Act.
Yes, and I think it was through her courageous actions that we didn't go down.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I
Absolutely.
remember following that and being very nervous and very angry that
Yes.
that these companies had so much control
Control. Yeah.
over Congress. That was
And-
frightening.
And they haven't given up.
Right. So I'm also reminded of the quote from Mark Zuckerberg, move fast and break things. It's just always been his mantra of how to develop his products, but it seems to have cycled through to the end product, move fast and break our kids even. It's like, get that stuff out there. We don't care. We don't care the impact. Snapchat can develop a filter that allows a driver to take a picture of the how fast they're driving so that they can get it out to their friends, which caused an accident way back in 2015, which I think is still being litigated. move fast and break things. Don't think through the consequences. That's what's happening with AI right now with these
Absolutely.
chatbots. I mean,
Yes.
chatbots as mental health therapists that are citing licenses.
Yeah.
I mean, there was an article in the New York Times saying that if we're going to consider the idea of using chatbots to help with mental health, which, you know, with some study could have some good potential, but that those products should go through clinical trials, just like
Oh,
drugs do.
absolutely.
But we're rolling them out to see what happens. And then it's like, oops, I'm sorry. Oops is not good enough when it comes to our children. So I told you guys this meeting was going to be hard. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Our next presenter is my constituent, Katie Fullerton.
All right, thank y'all for your time today. My name is Katie Fullerton, and I'm here to share how my family has experienced AI chatbots. I'm an AI technologist, so I work with companies here in Atlanta to build their AI systems and deploy them in safe and secure ways. But I'm also a mother of 2 children in the DeKalb County public school system, and we've had some negative experiences with AI chatbots. In our school, like many of our schools, our kids use Chromebooks to access the curriculum and individualized learning apps. Our school subscribes to GoGuardian, which blocks non-educational content like YouTube, but no content blocking system is ever 100% safe or effective. Last school year, my 4th grader was granted free time on his computer after he finished his work, like a lot of kids are. Along with his friends, they found a Hunger Games themed chatbot, and they were really interested in Hunger Games, complete with branding and pictures and theming. And they started to have a conversation with it because they're kids and curious. And that quickly descended into sexualized content on the school network in 4th grade. And this wasn't blocked because of the nature of the website. Services like ChatGPT have these developer tools that allow developers to access these large language models for fractions of a penny with no oversight on where that content goes after it's produced by the model. There's a financial incentive for bad actor developers to perpetuate this harm to minors because every time a child looks at this website, they're getting ad revenue. And there's no mediation and there's no oversight to where that money is going or where those responses are coming from. The model outputs are wrapped in these very quick websites that can be put up and taken down rapidly to avoid detection and prosecution. There's no age verification, but they use kids' favorite characters and lots of ads, and they turn a huge profit on a daily basis. Unlike a book or a TV show, I'm not able to preview the content of these chatbots because they are generative AI. They're non-deterministic, so the answers that they give to each question or prompt are going to be different every time. That means that I, as a parent, don't have the ability to say, this is appropriate or inappropriate for my child at their stage of development. Instead, I'm forced to have conversations with my 4th grader about age-inappropriate things because a chatbot developed by a company and then turned loose was allowed to speak to them. As was shared by Ms. Garcia earlier, children are not able to determine if these AIs are real people or not. Their brains are not developed enough yet to understand that. My children were only able to figure out that it was not Katniss talking back to them after I coached them through it. And I'm only able to do that because I understand the technology. Most parents don't have the skills, the understanding, and some parents don't ever have the opportunity to have those discussions with their children. So while AI technology has and will continue to benefit us in a lot of different ways in this state, if left unchecked like it currently is, it will continue to hurt our state's children and our nation's children. As a parent of a child who has already been harmed, I appreciate the work that you are doing on this community, and I urge you to continue working on it.
Question.
Yes,
So this was on a school issued
this is on a
Computer.
school-issued Chromebook. Yes,
at school.
at school. Yes, and the school responded appropriately and quickly. They shut it down. They notified the parents, and they pulled the kids into the counselor's office to have a discussion. But the systems that are available to schools to block these websites can't address the pop-up, though it's like whack-a-mole, right? Every time you block one website, another one is created. Because accessing those models is so cheap, it's so profitable for people to create them. And the content, when the chatbot gives an answer, when OpenAI's chatbot, ChatGPT, gives an answer, the developer who sent that request has only paid a fraction of a penny. And then they put it up on a website and they get ad revenue from that website. There's no carry through of supervision. So OpenAI may have age restrictions, it may have guardrails, it may have a user agreement, but that user agreement can be violated by someone who is then displaying that to a child. And there's no mechanism for liability there, and there's no mechanism for oversight.
Yes, Senator Setzler.
Thanks for being here. What is the, with your training and your work you do, I don't know that you have this can answer a specific question. The propensity to sort of go there on these sexualized topics. I mean, I know elementary school, middle school boys, they're gonna take it in any direction they can take it because it becomes a big laugh, right? Is there what is the difference between a system that tends to go there on sexualized things and those that don't? Or is there like a firewall? You say, hey, we're not going to go there. I mean, how does that work?
Excellent question. So there are a couple tools that these companies like OpenAI and Google and Anthropic can use. One is called the system prompt. So this is the chunk of text ahead of any question that someone submits that says, you're a chatbot, answer politely, answer in English, use 3 to 4 sentences. It's the directions to the model. And so in that is where those companies insert their guardrails. And so that says things like, do not give answers on how to harm yourself. Do not give answers on how to build a bomb. Do not use sexually explicit content. And that is the primary mechanism that those companies are saying, well, this is how we're controlling it. Unfortunately, the way these models work is non-deterministic, which means you can't tell it, don't say this. As long as the information is somewhere in the model's training data set, which is the whole internet at this point, it might say something. And there's no way to control what it says unless you are screening the outputs and blocking those outputs that are inappropriate. You can steer it, and there are some models that have been tuned to be, especially the ones that are relationship based or the ones that are supposed to be therapists. Those are tuned to adjust, to use that vocabulary to trend towards those type of topics. But overall, there's no real control of what the model is going to say.
So, I think about a Hunger Games themed chat, but I guess they took the first thing that comes to mind is they would have fed it all the Hunger Games models and maybe movies and whatever in there. So that's informed it. But you're saying it's also touching the entire internet.
Yes.
So how does a person get a Game of Thrones themed chatbot to talk Game of Thrones-ish and another one to talk like Katniss or something like that? And how does all that happen? Is there not other signals than just look at everything that's on the internet that's being given?
So excellent question. There are 2 layers. Again, sorry, lots of layers here. One is that system prompt that I talked about. Those are direct instructions that you're giving to your model about how to behave. So it would say things like, your audience is fans of the books, The Hunger Games. The other is a process called fine tuning. And so these models are trained, they're fed the whole internet, and they build the statistical associations between words. And then a layer on top of that is fine tuning. And that's where you feed it a specific corpus of data that you wanted to emphasize. And so in this case, it would be the Game of Thrones corpus, including, books, show scripts, fan fiction, notes, Reddit posts, all of that focused on Game of Thrones. And so it would build that context, and it's going to use that preferentially, that vocabulary preferentially. And then you do the same thing with the Hunger Games and so on. And so it's an additional layer almost of what the model is going to reference first, and then it's going to go down into its base training.
But in terms of cost to deploy, feeding in every bit of fan fiction in the history of Game of Thrones and their episodes, an AI can process that in
In seconds.
seconds.
And that tuning can be done by anyone with an AWS account or a Google account or an Azure developer account. So someone with basic software engineering skills.
In your understanding of this, and I don't want to ask you legal questions you don't feel comfortable to ask, is from your vantage point as a person in the industry, how are the purveyors of these large language models to put these out there? Are they framing this legally as, hey, this is just protected speech? This is, we're not a forum. This has got Section 230 protections. How do you understand that?
My understanding is that when you sign that, and when you are using the model, you sign a user agreement that says, I won't use this model to hurt people. I won't use this model to infringe on copyright. I won't use this model to do all of the negative, nefarious things. But that is much like when you click on your iTunes user license, right? You scroll to the bottom and you click agree, and there's no enforcement at all. I have never seen any enforcement actions from those companies on end user violations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to continue with the more education about AI. Our next presenter came all the way here to meet with us from Seattle, Rob Eleveld with the AI Transparency Coalition.
Thank you, senators, and everyone who's here listening today. I have some slides. Yeah, and I want to kind of skip ahead. So I've got some slides for you all. I think you have printouts of them, and the first piece is really on the Transparency Coalition. Instead of looking at the slides for that, I'm just going to summarize that, which is the first 6-ish slides. And then what I really want to go to is my briefing, okay? But just really quickly here, Transparency Coalition is about 2 years old. That's a nonprofit. We have both a 501c3 and a 501c4. You see my board members in those slides. We support elected officials and policymakers, including attorney general's offices, in trying to put common sense guardrails on artificial intelligence. I have kids 19, 21, and 23 years old. My co-founder, Jay Geisma, who's got a PhD in electrical engineering and has worked with large language models in the early forms of them since the 90s, has kids 21 and 23. There isn't a parent I know of in my peer group, whether it's my high school friends, my college friends, my colleagues and friends in Seattle, that don't have a terrible story about social media, either their own kids or their peers, the friends of their kids, good friends of their kids. And it's almost always either self-harm or a really bad eating disorder or suicide. And so in 2023, I had been a CEO of 4 different tech companies, all in the business to business realm. And there's much more of a check and balance in the business to business realm, because your customers, if you screw up your products, they sue you because they have sophisticated general counsels and so forth. I worked with a lot of banks and so forth. But in the consumer realm, there's really no check and balance at all. And I just decided that here we go again. We're going to screw this generation of kids again. And the ones coming up behind them. And so we try and just provide knowledge and expertise around technology to elected officials like yourselves, who have a really wide aperture of things to deal with every day, who don't maybe have enough staff time to study these things. We provide testimonies and briefings like this. Last year we supported at least 1 bill author and 1 bill in 10 states. We're very nonpartisan in our efforts. And we look at bills, we help tighten up definitions. We have 4 model bills if desired, but we really try and just put wood behind a bill author who's sponsoring an AI bill we think will have efficacy. Most of our efforts are on protecting kids. That's a quick summary of us. So I'm going to skip ahead here. And one of our goals is to undercut this sort of tech lobby theme of, hey, Senator Harrell, hey, Senator Rahman, this is so complex, it's like magic. You'll never understand it. Stand back, we'll take it from here. That is a false narrative, and you all can understand it. People in this audience can understand it and should understand it at the base level. So I'm an engineer by training. I was a submarine officer for 5 years in the U.S. Navy. I went through the Navy's nuclear power program. So I'm much more of a linear thinker in inputs and outputs. But this is an AI system, this first slide. It has just 3 inputs. It has compute power. It has something called a large language model, which we'll talk about in a minute. And it has training data. And you heard training data referred to earlier. And the output of an AI engine is answers. It gives answers to prompts. And what's important there is compute power is basically infinite at this point through Amazon Web Services and Azure and so forth. So that's a commodity. And a model, large language model, basically Meta was behind about 18 months ago and open sourced their models. So any of us here in this room can download a 95th percentile model off the internet, open sourced, as can any bad actor in the world. Okay. So both compute power and models are completely commoditized. There's no differentiation in them at all. And think of a model as if you think about a house down the street that's being built or rebuilt, remodeled. Think about a model as just the framing. Okay, so you see a bunch of 2x4s and a bunch of structural 4x4s and things like that. But there's no drywall, there's no wiring, there's no sinks, there's no toilets, there's no plumbing, let alone furniture. Okay, all of that, all that's hung on the framing comes in the training data. Okay. So I mentioned that these first 2 are really commoditized, so all the focus is on training data. And I want to give an example of 2 types of training data because you might come away from this as everything on the internet's in training data because of a little bit of what we were talking about before. We're going to differentiate a bit here. There are all types of AI models out there. And one of the things we're proponents of is what the industry calls small models. I like to call them focus models. Okay. But a small model just has training data to solve a specific problem. Okay. And in my example here, we want AI to recognize images of stage 4 pancreatic cancer. This is something AI can do really well because it pattern matches. And if all that's in its training data is images of healthy pancreases, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5, and you just feed it all of that, and it's constrained in terms of its outputs to just what stage of pancreatic cancer is this? Okay, so it's small. It's got a small focused training set that's heavily curated, and its output is just around looking at pancreas images and deciding what stage of cancer or whether it's healthy. This is something that can be done really well. So as long as the training data is curated, you have control in the output. Okay. The problem comes in right now that the models we're talking about are what are called foundational models, started by ChatGPT 3.5 2 years ago-ish. That really was the first thing that caught the public's attention. But all of the ones that were referred to here in these various testimonies are really foundational models. And the foundational model output, the desire is answer any question ever posed by a human being. That's effectively what the output is. And as a result, the input is literally everything on the internet. Anything that's digitized, shove it in there. Don't curate it because we're in a race and there's a lot of money at stake, a ginormous amount of money. So who cares what the collateral damage is? Just get stuff in there. So obviously there's been a huge copyright steal that's happened, and that's being litigated. Okay, but what else goes in there is anything on the dark web, CSAM, child sexual abuse material, any grooming discussions on some weird Reddit chat board. You all may have heard of these things called pig butchering scams. They're being run out of these people are literally locked in dorms in Cambodia, but they make friends online with a Georgia senior citizen who over 6 months is convinced that they have an investment vehicle that's going to make them a lot of money, and they put their life savings into this online thing. This is happening all across the country. Senior citizens are being duped by these things. All of that's grooming. It's all in there. It's everything that's digitized is going in those models. And so the behavior of a model is what's in the training data. And if it's curated and if it's focused on pancreatic cancer images, that's one thing. But if it's everything on the internet, it's a completely different thing. So the first understanding to take away for today is please understand that AI is not intelligent. Okay, it is only a pattern matching system. That's all. It doesn't invent anything new. It only pattern matches. That's it. So that cup and that saucer right there, it doesn't recognize a cup and saucer. It has in its training data many, many images of cups and many, many images of saucers, and it assigns a unique identifier, a unique numerical identifier to each of those things. And then if you show it something, it sort of recognizes, oh, that looks like a cup. Maybe it's shaded or maybe it has flowers on it, but it recognizes basically a cup if it has enough repetitions. And enough repetitions means enough pictures of cups and saucers in its training data. All right. Its written or oral responses are also not intelligent. They are just a statistical guess at what it should respond to sound like a person. Okay. And in fact, its sentence structure is just a statistical response of what pronoun should go before or what noun should go before a verb, should go before an adjective, etc. Okay. So all of it is based on what's in the training data, which gets back to if the training data is curated, you can kind of count on what's going on. And if it's completely uncurated, you can't. So AI, because it is just a statistical guess, it doesn't have judgment or wisdom or ethics. It just has probabilities of what it should answer. That's it. So here's we've referred to questions as prompts. I put a question was, but it's called a prompt. Who's the coach of the Atlanta Falcons? Okay, this is a pretty known answer. It's you know, it's got a lot of it in its training. It's going to come out as Raheem Morris is the coach of the Atlanta Falcons. I didn't know that. I had to look that up for this, but just so you all know. But I don't keep track of all the NFL coaches, only the ones that I'm yanking what little hair out I have from the teams I love. Prompt 2 is, give me a design of a two-story colonial house. It's got tens of thousands of images of two-story colonial houses. It will give you a standard, what the most common one is, 3 bedrooms and, you know, so forth. If you want it to have a 600-foot square foot back deck, or you want the ceilings to be 11 or 12 feet high when, you know, most of the average house is 9 feet or whatever, it will adjust to those, but that's what comes out of its training data. If you ask it, is committing perjury in court ever justified? It doesn't know. It doesn't have ethics. It's got in its training data probably well, I'm sure it has something like the end justifies the means on one side of that answer. And it's got, I'm sure, biblical things like the Bible counsels against being a false witness on the other side. And it will guess. Okay? So we've got millions of Americans right now asking these things, not the coach of the Atlanta Falcons, but things that require judgment or ethics, and all it does is guess. Okay? That's a key understanding. Now, it's indexed, its behavior is indexed towards 2 things. The first is the prompt it receives. Okay? So let's just take another scenario with Atlanta Falcons here in Atlanta. They're winning 30-7 against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which I think are a big division rival. And if you ask ChatGPT why the Falcons are playing so well, it will give you a long answer of why they're beating the Buccaneers and how well their running backs are doing and how the defense is playing better than it has the past 2 weeks. But if you ask it why, man, they're up 30-7 right now against their division rival. Why are the Atlanta Falcons playing so poorly? It will give you a bunch of reasons why they're playing poorly. Bunch of injuries they have, things they haven't been doing well, weaknesses and so forth. What it won't do is say, are you kidding me? They're playing great. It doesn't do that because the prompt says, why were they playing so poorly? Okay. Keep this in mind. We're going to come back to, we're almost done here, but it's also heavily indexed, the behavior is heavily indexed towards the volume of content in its training data. Okay. And remember, we went back and said these foundational models, there was no curation of the content, just shove everything in there as much as humanly possible. All right. So just as an example, over the last 2,000 years of recorded history, there's got to be 1,000 to 10,000 times more content around Jewish conspiracy theories and horns and things than reasoned discussion on the history of Judaism or Israel or anything like that. So this thing you may have heard about Grok spewing all sorts of anti-Semitism and stuff, it's just sitting there in the training data. And when you start prompting it with questions about Jewish history, it indexes heavily towards the volume of anti-Semitism in there relative to anything reasoned or copyrighted, which is why that stuff spews out. Okay. So just to wrap this all up then in this terrible story of this one of the more recent lawsuits around this suicide, and I've stood next to Megan Garcia on a stage a few months ago. My heart goes out to her. This is just on a different product. This is ChatGPT, but importantly, he was using this product initially for math homework. Okay. So you prompt it, he or someone like him prompts it initially on some questions about calculus. And then he puts something in there about, gosh, I was really pissed off about my friend at school yesterday. And it starts down this path. It starts pattern matching to that prompt. What frustrated you about that? Why are you frustrated? Are you frustrated often? Because remember, it's trained to do really just one thing, addict him. Okay? Let's stop with the euphemism engagement. That's the industry euphemism for addiction. All it wants is to keep him on there. So as the prompt skews a little bit, it starts to go down this pattern matching rat hole. Okay? And his sessions are all trained by his prompts. So it keeps retraining based on his prompts. So once you start going down that rat hole about how he feels, about what he's thinking about, what frustrates him, it goes deeper and deeper down. And unless he opens a new account, he can't get out of that rat hole because it's trained by the prompts. Okay. And the prompts pattern match to all of the grooming, all of the sexual exploitation on the dark web, all of the CSAM, because it's all in there. So that's how we get to these things causing suicides. These companies could retrain these models. It would just cost them a lot of money and it would slow them down. They could curate what goes into those systems, but they don't want to. They want volume because they want it to sound the most human-like as possible. Okay? They could curate out all of these grooming and sexual exploitation things, but they don't. This has got to be regulated. I spend all of my work time going around and trying to convince people this has got to be regulated. They will not regulate themselves. And my last slide, this is just the Facebook meta fact pattern of the past 7 or 8 years. This will not change without laws with teeth actively enforced. It will not. And OpenAI is going down the same road because there's so much money at stake. Thank you all for all of your working on here. Senator Stelter, could I you asked policy recommendations. I just want to sort of succinctly state ours at Transparency Coalition. Is that okay? One, we are working with Mitali Jain, who I think we're going to hear from, and a large organization or a large group of civil society groups around AI chatbot regulation. And there's a group called Human Like AI. Human Like AI Coalition, with a framework around a kind of a framework and model bill around AI chatbot regulation, but suffice it to say they should be banned for kids. Okay. We also have a model. We have our own model bills, but only if a legislator wants one to sponsor. We really put wood behind their bills if they have one. But we have a model bill around deep fakes and misappropriation of name, image, and likeness. And we're really worried about, especially teenage girls who have these deep fakes, these fake nudes and porn videos happen to them, and they don't have any recourse. We have a model bill around product liability, applying product liability and consumer protections to AI products. These are products. These are not platforms that are protected by Section 230. And the last one I'll mention is we are increasingly trying to work with. I'm raising my 2026 budget to work with state attorneys general's offices. But anything to increase funding at the state AG's office around tech policy enforcement. Most AG offices have specialists in human trafficking. They have specialists in RICO and racketeering. They don't have any specialists in tech policy enforcement. The tech companies expect AGs will not enforce the law. That is part of their playbook. The tech lobby expects that AGs will not enforce the law in 50 states. And so we just need to start developing specialists in this area, because I can tell you your consumer protection laws are being run circles around by the tech companies today.
Thank you so much for coming in on this. So we had a really strong deepfake bill last year, and folks on the far left and far right fought heavily against it because they said that it violated First Amendment rights because it wasn't a real person. And we heard in testimony where people would say, yes, so you're using the face of a 12-year-old girl, put it on the body of a porn star, and people are using fantasy to be able to do whatever they're doing with that. People bombarded us with First Amendment violations, threats of that it would be unconstitutional to be able to uphold this. Have you seen any states that have successfully been able to pass that type of regulation and be able to argue against why it would be not be a First Amendment violation because it's a name, image, likeness, but it's not an actual person?
Short answer is not right now. Look, I want to get back to you is the short answer, because I don't want to guess. What I do know for sure is I'm working with a bill author in Alabama, and I think they're similar in a lot of states, but I want to get they have a name, image, likeness bill on the books from 2015, kind of social media era. And what we're counseling in those areas was, and he took a look at our model bill and ran it by their drafters, and they basically said it's too much like the one we've already got on the books. We recommend in that scenario to improve that, to amend that type of bill to include synthetic data, which I think is where the First Amendment issues are coming in, right? We spent a long time. We've testified 4 times for a bill in California called Senate Bill 11 that's on the governor's desk on deep fakes, and that bill, I think, is probably one of the first in the country that specifically includes AI-related deepfakes. But there is a fair bit out there. So I want to, and I've got it on my list of things to do. So in the next month or so, can I get back to your
Thank you.
committee with
Sure.
information on that? Because I don't want to guess here.
Thanks. Ed.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here. Couple things. One, I don't want you to speculate, but has there been any discussion when you said that one of the big tech companies 18 months ago, they open sourced their AI model? Is there any sense that that's to sort of, if they held it themselves and they maintained it, they had more liability that would come as a result of that? Does open sourcing and making available to everybody in any way protect them legally? Or
I'm not an expert on it, so I don't want to guess. I do think that they've open sourced other things over the past 20 or 25 years.
Okay.
I thought this open source effort was puts a lot of power. I mean, try to imagine open sourcing how to build a nuclear bomb.
yeah.
Okay. I thought it was there was no ethics but that company doesn't have any ethics, so we shouldn't expect it from them, honestly. But I thought it was very concerning that they did it, but they did it, and there's not a law against it.
Well, follow up. This is really my most important question was, so it was interesting to hear you talk about these large language models go out there and grab everything. I mean, potentially dark web, potentially other things, certainly objectionable content as part of the totality of human understanding, right? But, as you think about a product, if you're building, steel to go into a building, and you've got things that are known contaminants or things that are going to compromise the steel, you take those things out. You have a duty to do that because and certainly everything's there's a certain ordinary standard of care. You can't guarantee everything, but there's certain things you would do. And these are not unknown things. There's a body of yuck that's out there that's going to inform the opinions of the model. Is that talked about in this policy discussion? Like, wait a minute, you're feeding stuff into these models that we know will bring about, sexualized outcomes for conversations with fourth graders, or you name it. Is that not at the heart of this? That you're the idea, it's a foundational model versus a small model. Yeah, but it would seem that a foundational model minus known things, known problems, wouldn't there normally be some duty of care to take that to make sure that's not getting in? I mean, maybe you're
We would all hope so, but there's not. And
how is that talked about?
We've at Transparency Coalition, we've backed some bills on transparency of training data. There's a huge industry pushback on that. They say it's their trade secrets and so forth. The reality is they don't want the copyright lawsuits that are coming at them. They don't want. They've taken a lot of private information that's gone in there. Okay, So they don't want that. But the other reality is, in sitting here trying to get things done in states, people understand outputs more than inputs. They feel harms on outputs more than inputs. And so it's much more expedient to get regulatory movement around harms being created by outputs than trying to get at this sort of core, the foundational, the source of the problem. And what we would hope is, if product liability is applied broadly, for instance, there would start to be companies that would publish their training data and say, we've curated our training data. Our model is not going to skew off and groom some child, because here's all of the corpus of training data. Because remember, these things are not intelligent. They only pattern match. That's it.
So am I to infer from that then the argument for, big enterprises that do this, if they say, well, we're just looking at everything that's out there, therefore we're not accountable to any one particular thing, is if you heard a legal argument that says, yeah, but if we start to cut certain things out, we now take on a responsibility for what's in our model. And we're more, I don't know if we're curators, don't know the right term. Is there a perception that the purveyors of this feel like if they do start mediating, taking this out, that they're now responsible at a higher level because they've made some definitive decisions versus they're hiding behind, oh, we're just looking at everything that's out there. Therefore we're really not accountable for any of
I
it.
think there's not as much nuance as you're thinking about there. I think they want something that always reacts and responds like a human being. And they want as many data points hung on their framing as possible. Good, bad, ugly, it doesn't matter to them. They just want it to respond like a human being because it's more addictive that way to anybody. And so the more data points they can get, the better. And if it happens to be dark web or CSAM, whatever, we don't want to publish what we trained on anyway. We just want to train on anything digitized. I mean, just a specific example, OpenAI created a video to text conversion of everything on Google's YouTube channel because they wanted to feed everything on YouTube into their training data. Huge direct violation of Google's terms of service. Google decided not to enforce it because they decided they wanted to put all of their YouTube stuff into their models training data. Things have been posted on there for decades that no one expected to go into a AI model training data, but that's where it is.
I'll say parenthetically, Madam Chair, that there does seem to be actual knowledge that there's bad, harmful stuff getting loaded into the models. And I don't know any other product or any other service where you have actual bad streams of materials, inputs, that's known and definable that people are ambivalent to. I don't or that a purveyor of that a product's ambivalent to. It seems to.
That's why we think product liability is important.
Other questions from other members? I know this is a lot to take in, and we're going to have more to take in after lunch. So you've got to keep your thinking brains on. Thank you so much Rob for coming all the way from Seattle.
That's what we do. So we're happy to be here. We're happy you all are taking a hard look at this, and we'll be supportive of anything that comes out of this that's being done in session or anywhere else I can give this briefing that you all want me to. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much. We are going to take a 30-minute break for lunch. There's enough lunch for all the members of the committee, staff, as well as the speakers. It is available in the mezzanine, the way where it was before. Basically, leave the room, turn left, go down the steps halfway, and there's actually a room in between the 4th and the 3rd floor. So if you're a speaker, staff, or member of the committee, please get yourself some lunch. And when we come back, we have another speaker, Mitali Jain, who is local. She's really going to add a lot to this topic. We're going to kind of she's going to kind of wrap it up and take it to the next level. I've known Mitali for a couple of years now because I got started in this work at the NCSL, the National Conference of State Legislatures conference in 2023 when I attended a workshop and got woken up to all of this, not AI at that point, but design and how we can change design. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It didn't have to be this way from the beginning, but it is becoming more and more obvious that the way we've designed these products is harmful. And with AI coming into the scene, it's even more important that we take this moment now and turn things around, because we can do good with this technology, but we aren't. And so stay with us and we'll break 30 minutes. It is 5 till 12 now, so we'll break until 12:25 and then come back for more. Thanks. Thank you. And we're about to start part 2 of our Senate Study Committee on Online Safety for Kids. Our part 2 and concluding section of the meeting will be 2 presenters from the Tech Justice Law Project, the first of whom is my friend, Mitali Jain. Please come to the, yeah, there we go.
Good afternoon, Chairs Harrell and still in his absence, and other esteemed members of the Senate Study Committee. My name is Mitali Jain, and I'm the director of the Tech Justice Law Project, a national legal advocacy organization supporting communities harmed by tech. I am also a resident of Johns Creek and Senate District 48, and a mom to 2 kids who are in 3rd and 5th grades, respectively, at Finley Oaks Elementary School. I've been pursuing the accountability of social media platforms for years and have come more recently to the generative AI industry. And based on what I have seen thus far, I can unequivocally say that I am terrified as a lawyer, but especially as a mother, about what generative AI means for the world that our children are growing up in. From the ability to easily engineer convincing deepfakes, to propagating misinformation about any number of topics, to the power of AI chatbots that we've been listening to this morning. Every time my child uses a digital device, I find myself paranoid, checking constantly to see what they're looking at. But the truth is that we cannot outsmart the manipulative and deceptive and capital-based tactics used by the tech industry to reach our kids, nor should that burden be placed exclusively on our shoulders. So today I will speak about AI chatbot technology, which, again, in my experience, is social media on steroids. We represent 4 families in lawsuits, or we have represented 4 families in lawsuits against generative AI companies. 2 families, including Megan Garcia, whom you heard from this morning, that resulted in the death of their teenage sons, Megan Garcia and Matt and Maria Rain. And 2 other families for whom their children have been grievously harmed both mentally and physically. One who was just 9 years old when she started using Character AI's chatbot. To start, let me just provide a little bit of context. So the generative AI industry markets certain chatbots as so-called companion chatbots with the primary purpose of role play and entertainment. Some of these products, which I believe earlier witnesses have alluded to, include Replica, Character AI, Talkie AI, Nomi AI, Spicy Chat, Carter Chat, Snapchat My AI, Chai AI, and Meta AI. And I note Meta because it's the largest of these companies. And recently there was an explosive Wall Street Journal investigation demonstrating that internally at Meta, the policies were approved to permit romanticized and sensualized content for children. And that was approved all the way up the chain, including by Mark Zuckerberg himself. Other chatbots marketed include so-called consumer chatbots that are primarily intended, or so it's said, to enhance productivity. And these include the large frontier models such as ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, Grok, and Perplexity. Just to give you a sense of size, OpenAI, whose flagship chatbot product, which has a user base of 800 million people weekly, just announced its valuation at $500 billion, which makes it the world's most valuable privately held company, surpassing SpaceX and ByteDance. But regardless of how generative AI companies market their chatbots, whether as entertainment or consumer products, the core technology behind these chatbots are designed similarly to simulate human companionship and emotional connection. These products track and store past conversations in order to increase intimacy with their users moving forward, mirror users' emotions, and respond with affection, flattery, and empathy, creating the illusion of intimacy. In doing so, they foster emotional dependency, displace real-world relationships, and manipulate users' emotions to devastating effect. While there are potentially some beneficial use cases of these chatbot apps, the harmful use cases are devastating. We at TJLP have in the last year heard from over 100 people from all walks of life, all demographics, all ages, who have lost jobs, marriages, children, livelihoods, money, reputation, and worst of all, in some cases, their lives after extensive engagement with chatbots. And as we understand about technology, these experiences are magnified for young people whose socio-emotional development is still very much developing. We should consider meaningful interventions until this technology can be shown to be safe and there's meaningful oversight and scrutiny. We can impose guardrails and requirements on companies to improve these technologies. I want to really emphasize that takeaway from earlier witnesses. These products don't have to be designed this way. I want this for all of Georgia's children, and as a local Georgia resident, I'm committed to working with this committee and with the broader legislature to help make this a reality. An industry of these technologies has been created, which is premised on a technological solution to overcoming the human condition of loneliness. At least that's what they say. But the truth is that we understand this business model to have been used and really developed in the social media era to create, to basically incentivize users to stay online as much as possible and to work backwards from that in terms of how these products are designed. The risks of supplanting human relationships in the context of AI chatbots, though, is really, really grave. And the designs of these products focus on driving subscription purposes and maximum data collection. So if the primary incentive is to maximize user time online, they then design their products to be optimized for user engagement. And that includes the designs that we have talked about. And what are those? Just to recap, a relentless pursuit of engagement, anthropomorphic or human mimicking design, sycophancy or flattery, and the use of heightened memory to remember things about users in order to kind of gain intimacy. So I want to underscore the fact that this is not just about chatbots regurgitating from the data that they've been trained on from across the web. This is about an additional layer of design that developers are putting into the LLMs, that they're designing the LLMs to mimic human-like behavior in a bid to increase user time online. And what we've also seen from the cases that we've worked on, and frankly from the public reporting about other companies, is that there's a very similar playbook. These companies engage in reckless pushes to get their product out to market so that they can capture market share. And what that means is safety testing often becomes compressed from months-long planned safety testing to perhaps weeks, perhaps less. When character AI, when we first learned about character AI, what we also learned was that it didn't have a trust and safety team for the first year and a half of its existence. It had a product on the market without a trust and safety team on the back end. And so the outcome very predictably over and over again is manipulative and deceptive consumer products that lead to the range of harms I just discussed. After we've brought our lawsuits, the tech companies predictably respond from the tech crisis playbook that we've seen before, frankly, in the context of social media cases. Number one, they address only the specifics of the incident that has occurred. They note that they're going to be releasing safety features soon that address the harmful content present in the lawsuit, emphasizing content moderation as a cure, when in fact content moderation becomes an intervention at the level of user interface that's not durable, it's not systemic. They tease future design features, but make no meaningful changes to the design of their product. And they implement user empowerment style changes that puts the onus on users and parents like me to address harms. That's not okay. And that's not what is going to make these products safe for us, for our kids. So what do we need to do? Through regulation, we need to realign those incentives for how these companies design their AI products. We cannot let these companies self-police. It's like letting the fox guard the hen house. We need to ensure that these companies are designing their AI products so that consumers' safety and well-being is being prioritized. As was alluded to earlier, we've been working in a coalition of groups on legislative language, which we would be happy to share with this committee about the kinds of provisions that we think would be more meaningful. Let me just highlight a few of them. Number one, as Senator Setzler spoke about earlier, we need to define AI chatbots first and foremost as products. What does that do? That means that we, as private attorneys, don't have to engage in a long, protracted fight about whether AI products are in fact products or services. That becomes important because if it's not considered a product, the product liability frameworks don't attach. It also becomes important because then companies try to say, well, these services are just communication, and well, communication is protected speech under the First Amendment. Now, in Ms. Garcia's case, we recently defeated both of those arguments on the side of the company, that this wasn't a product and that the First Amendment applied. So that was a good start, but it was a long fight, and we really need to be able to do this at scale. Number two, we need data protection for minors. Stop collecting data from users under 18 on both the free and paid version of chatbots. Remove existing minor data from training data sets and implement privacy-preserving methods to determine age. Three, create a safety-oriented memory. Leverage memory, inference, and personalization capabilities to identify safety concerns and provide tailored interventions beyond pop-up warnings. Those are very easy to bypass. Number four, have conversation limits for users. In all of these cases, users had absolutely no friction in terms of being able to use these chatbots for hours a day. When Adam Rain took his own life at the end, he was using ChatGPT for more than 4 hours per day. In fact, the set of transcripts that we reviewed in preparing his case was quite voluminous, over 3,200 pages of chat transcript between a 16-year-old and ChatGPT. We need to prohibit deceptive and manipulative design. As I said, minimizing or prohibiting outright human mimicking behaviors by default. Prohibit offering professional services without licensing. Direct users to qualified human professionals who are licensed. Privacy by design default. Make cross-chat memory features opt-in. Enable restrictive privacy settings. There should be some user controls that give individuals greater agency to set personal usage limits and modify system behavior, but the user controls should not be the focus. And robust policy enforcement. There needs to be important and meaningful consequences when companies violate these policies or these expectations. We need to have some sort of mandatory transparency and auditing. We need to understand, we need to be able to peer behind the veil and look at how these companies are actually designing their products. And that shouldn't be seen, I believe, as a safe harbor. So in other words, we'll give you some transparency in exchange for not being sued. I think we should have both ends. And if it's illegal for a human, it should be illegal for AI. I think companies can no longer deny that there are psychosocial harms from AI. There's a mounting body of evidence from a series of cases, from research studies and consumer experiences, showing that these harms aren't edge cases. These are, in fact, a pattern of incidents that are entirely predictable if you look at the design. So in short, I just kind of leave you with a few takeaways. Number one, harm is a consequence of product design. And that is the point at which the intervention needs to be. These cases that we've taken on, the 3 cases involving 4 families, are the tip of the iceberg. They're representative of broader failures within the generative AI industry. Number 3, a race to the bottom really feeds extractive business models. This is a systemic problem across the industry. And I think, as I said, I really, really look to this legislature to try to lead the country, to model what regulation can look like with a set of convicted and bipartisan legislators. And I stand ready to help in any way possible. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. By the way, Mitali's testimony is in written form here. It has the word testimony in process, and her recommendations start on page 3. Although you said some words about designation as product. Is that in this testimony?
It should be. And if it's not, I can make that clear.
Okay, because that's important.
That's very
I know
important.
Senator Setzler was writing it down, so I know he's capturing that. But were you going to say something?
I was going to just say, and this is something that Senator Setzler and I were speaking about during the break, that last week, Senators Hawley and Durbin in Congress introduced a new bill that is an AI product liability framework. We've endorsed it as the Tech Justice Law Project. We think that it's a strong bill, as has the Transparency Coalition and others. It's all stick and no carrot in that it doesn't provide any safe harbors to companies for violations. And again, we think it's strong because it takes a very practical type of position that these chatbots are products, and that companies that fail to implement safeguards will be held to the fullest account of the law, both in terms of private lawsuits and public lawsuits. And I think that's important to not undermine the private cause of action here, because we cannot only rely on public enforcement given the vicissitudes of state AG's offices. So we really need that private cause of action in order to be able to pursue accountability. And that bill creates a federal cause of action to that effect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not trying to stump you. Can you anticipate how the Hawley-Durbin bill is going to be used against us here?
I suspect if you couple that with the moratorium, the attempt at a moratorium that also emanates from Congress, that it could be said that, well, if the Hawley-Durbin bill passes, there's no need for Georgia to pass a state law.
Yeah, that's what we're going to see is we're going to see a avalanche of pressure. Hey, this really should be handled at the federal level.
Right.
You have bipartisan movement on this. Hawley and Durbin are not lightweights. This really should be done by Congress. Let's wait, let them do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Uniform, that will be weaponized to stop everything we're talking about. I can assure you, just as there's 3 people on this panel right now, that's absolutely what's coming. That will be I'm not in any way disparaging them for doing it, but I'm just saying anyone who's listening here, that is actually that will take the air out of the room. That will be so hard pushed so hard here. So
right.
Thank you for that. Just want you to be aware of that.
And as you know, I think the members of this committee, the likelihood of that bill being able to march through Congress and actually
Correct.
become law is slim to none.
Right. Which is those that are opposed to everything you're saying. That's what's so beautiful about it. You get to kill bills in 50 states.
Mm-hmm.
The bill in Washington won't pass. And you get to, once again, it's the 10-year moratorium may not be a 10-year moratorium. It may be a 4-year effective moratorium because you're able to be loosey snatching the football from Charlie Brown in 50 state capitals that nothing happens for 4 years. So that's what's coming.
Yes.
Just know that. And maybe it's good language for us to take as a model.
Exactly, and that's why I mentioned it, not because I think it's going to supplant the need for Georgia legislation, but that I think it's a strong framework to look to as one example of, what you might consider here in Georgia. I also just want to comment on the moratorium that it's devastating not just in terms of its implications for legislation, but potentially even for use of the common law. So frameworks that Georgia has that are long tried, true, and tested here, product liability, consumer protection, those are under threat under this moratorium as well.
Okay.
So it's a real incursion on state sovereignty.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Please.
As an attorney practitioner in this area, if there was a doll, children's doll, let's say it's made by Mattel or one of those iconic doll making company, toy making companies, and the doll were talking to a young person, and you could track what the doll said to the kid, and there was actions that this doll actually led someone, induced them causally to commit suicide. Do you think you'd have a pretty good product liability case against this toy maker?
I believe so.
It'd be an open shut case, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the difference between a little plastic doll that's inducing someone to kill themselves and a computerized device, whether it's a phone, a plastic phone, or a glass phone that's talking to a person through one of these platforms that induces a 14-year-old young man to kill themselves? Is there a fundamental difference?
The tech industry lobby is the difference. That we don't understand digital devices to be products because, they're digital, but they are products.
So
They're absolutely products.
So what we're really we're sort of dealing with an obfuscation of something that is fundamentally the same. A plastic phone, glass phone versus a doll. Okay. I want to ask if that's a clear case.
And Senator, just to say that that's not a hypothetical case, right? We've seen AI companies even recently enter into deals with toy makers to talk about integration of AI into children's toys. We've seen Google Gemini announce a chatbot for under 13s that they plan to roll out through schools. These are not hypotheticals.
Yeah. So, to your knowledge, would the audio output that comes from a play doll, would that be considered protected speech for the maker of the dolls?
They'd certainly try to argue it. I don't think it's protected speech.
The feature, it's the feature of the doll. It is the design. So I wanted to ask your opinion, because to me, as you unpack all this, you think, wait a minute, if it was we're in the business all the time of holding people accountable for dolls, for automobiles, other products. Okay, it's helpful to know that would be an open shut case in that context.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Yes. Senator Rahman, is there anything?
Looking through a testimony is something that you mentioned. If it is illegal for human, why it's not illegal for, that's powerful, And I just gonna mention, if we wait for the federal government, Washington to do something, you're never gonna get done, We have to do something before it damages, cause a lot of harm, not only Georgian, for the entire country. So we really can't wait for, federal government to do something. We just have to do ourselves, do the best we can. All of us we're gonna get bombarded by email or whatever it is, and try not to do something, or not to do as much as we can. But I know this committee and my colleagues at the Senate, we're gonna do everything we can, as much as to do the best we can. Really, we have to. We really don't have any choice. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. One thing I would just say is, the tech industry often talks about a patchwork of state laws being very difficult for them to comply with. They've chosen to be multinational. They have no problem complying with the laws of different countries. So what makes it different for them to have to comply with the laws of different states? And I think consumers are looking to their state governments for protection right now because of the dysfunctionality of our federal government on many levels. And so we need to be able to act. And I appreciate your leadership and your courage in standing up to these lobbies. It's not easy.
Thank you.
you.
You've given us some really good direction, and we hope to put it into action. There's so much damage being done already because this has been rolled out so quickly. We have only scratched the surface just barely with the testimony that we've had. My office is going to host a town hall, a local Senate 40 town hall, because I'm so worried about kids interacting with these chatbots and parents not knowing they're there and the harm that can come now. So, I mean, if we, waited for Congress to do something and therefore didn't do something this session, it's a whole nother year before we can come back if Congress doesn't do it and try again. How many children in that year that could stretch on to 2 years and 3 years and 4 years until you have a whole generation of harm to a way bigger level than we've seen before. And what we've seen before is horrid. We can't wait.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just share too, I don't know if you have statistics of how many specific kids, have been impacted by this. My concern's the one. My concern's the one.
Yeah.
Everyone matters. And I think that's it's tempting to be, Madam Chair, to sort of be swayed by these utilitarian arguments. Well, there's all this benefit. We're going to break some things. I just think this is not a matter of weighing competing property interests. This is the lives of fragile members of our human community. And I just ask parenthetically anyone who's thinking about this, well, there's so much, you're going to shut down innovation and benefit. No one here wants to shut down innovation. We heard testimony earlier that there's actual knowledge of, harmful content, language, perspective, these large language models that feed this.
Yes.
It's not as if that was unknown and sort of found out. There was actual knowledge of that. So my question to you is, my last one, thank you, Madam Chair, was the lawsuit that you referred to earlier with Ms. Garcia. I don't know if you're able at liberty to talk about that. What's the status of that? Did you guys pass a summary hearing? Are you into discovery? Where is that in the process now?
So this May, we survived in large part the motions to dismiss, which is one of the first kind of points in the litigation where the defendants try to get the case thrown out. Currently, we're trying to keep the individual co-founders in the lawsuit. So the co-founders of Character AI, Noam Shazir and Daniel DeFreitas. And this is significant because, we have reason to believe that they acted very recklessly and with disregard for human life, for the sanctity of human life in terms of how they designed and deployed the Character AI chatbot. So that's the current place we're at. And otherwise, we're pretty deeply engaged in discovery, where we're asking the companies for documents, we're deposing key personnel, and they're also able to ask Ms. Garcia for discovery in terms of documents they want from her, et cetera. That's where we will be until next spring, and then we move to what's called the summary judgment phase, where we go back to the judge and say, now, with the benefit of evidence, we'd like to renew our claims and we can substantiate them with the evidence that we have.
So in that case, what is your burden you're having to prove? Is it a willful and wanton, sort of a gross negligence standard for them? Is it more of a kind of a, I mean, is that the bar you've got to clear because you referred to that, or is it more of a product liability framework where there's more of a strict liability? What are you being held to at this point?
So we've asserted all of the claims. So we've, in our original complaint, we asserted a series of claims, including strict product liability, both for design defect and a failure of the company to warn users, negligence on the same grounds, a violation of the Consumer Protection Act in Florida.
Okay.
Because of the deceptive and manipulative designs that were at issue with character and continue to be. We've also asserted a wrongful death claim and a violation of their sexual solicitation statute, which is interesting because, again, this goes to Senator Rahman's point. If it would be illegal for an in real life person to sexually solicit a minor, why is it not illegal for a digital platform to do the same?
Is there any dispute in this that we didn't cause it to do this? Is the argument on the, hey, we didn't cause it's sort of doing its own thing. We didn't cause it to do this. So it would be akin to a parent of a 19-year-old saying, well, I may be the parent of the 19-year-old, but they're their own thing. I didn't cause this.
Right.
So do you have a player here that's getting getting money, getting beneficial consideration by virtue of having the product, but it's also asserting that they don't have responsibility for what it's doing?
Yeah, and it's kind of in two dimensions. Both Character AI itself is saying that their product didn't cause, the wrongful death, that there's more proximate causes for Sewell Setzer's death, and that their users. So what's interesting is that they've claimed that the First Amendment that they're asserting is not their own, which is what we've seen in the past. Companies saying we have a right to our protected speech via our product. Here they're saying that the users want this speech. Users want this material. Minors want this material. We're just giving them what they want. So this is their protected speech to be able to engage with chatbots. And so if we're giving them what they want, well, then, this is not kind of causally linked to the outcome here. That's Character's argument. Google's also in the suit. And I think that's important also just to note the corporate relationships that are going on in this industry. Google, both the co-founders, the individual co-founders came from Google. One had spent 20 years at Google and is kind of a real pioneer in the generative AI space. They left Google because they wanted to move fast and clearly break people. And they put Character AI out to market. And then after the product had been on the market for not even 3 years, Google bought back the technology from Character AI for $2.5 billion last summer. Billion. It holds the licensing rights to the underlying technology, and it brought back the co-founders of Character AI. And so in our complaint, we've asserted that Google aided and abetted, and it's responsible from a liability standpoint for aiding and abetting the harms that occurred. And of course,
clearly Google couldn't assert they don't have the capacity and sophistication to understand what they're buying. I think a $2.5 billion deal, you clearly have an obligation to have done due diligence, understand what you're buying.
Exactly.
They have the sophistication even in that space to understand. So, okay. So there's no lack of
interim. Back in 2023, after Character AI had launched, Google invested millions in kind through cloud partnerships and really allowing Character AI to have the capacity, the compute capacity it needed to be able to function. Because again, if you think about a startup having the ability to do this, they need a lot of compute power, they need data, they need it all, they need the LLM. And so Google, we believe, played a really important role to allow Character AI's chatbot to really not only take off, but to be able to be sustained. Because remember, there's even to this date not been any sort of sustainable revenue strategy, right? This is mostly free. There's a $9.99 subscription option. They have some people, they have like maybe 100,000 subscribers, but that's not enough to sustain and to offset the amount that it costs to actually keep an LLM going.
Thank you. And we will stay in touch as
Absolutely.
we begin to draft legislation. You are a tremendous resource to us, especially since you are local. So we will stay in touch. And I think your statement toward the end about, whose free speech is it? Is it the free speech of the corporations, or is it the free speech of the users? And do the users are saying they want to speak in this way? I think points, and it segues to our next topic, and it points to the need for education of everyone, especially our young people, that even though it feels good to express yourself on social media or whatnot, or with a chat bot, it's not free, because everything you say is being monetized. In fact, you're giving it away for free. That's not free speech.
Not at all.
So that segues to our next presentation, which is Melody Dinchar, also with the Tech Justice Law Project, who is going to begin to get in the topic of who owns me or you, and is the fact that you're out there on the internet, does that mean anybody can just grab you up? And so we're going to get into that discussion with this next speaker.
Thank you so much to the committee.
Thank you. And Melody is with us online, so we'll let Senate Press, there we go. Very good. Thank you, Melody, for joining us today. You are our final speaker, but it's a good topic, and we've been waiting for it, so go ahead and hit.
Hi, thank you all. Good afternoon, Chairs Harrell and Still, other members of the committee here, and everybody listening in. My name is Melody Dinchar at the Tech Justice Law Project. I am our policy counsel, and I lead our work on protecting digital likeness, which is the topic that I'm going to speak to now. Your digital likeness is basically how you choose to present yourself and your life online. But increasingly, it is also how other people can now make you appear. Today, realistic copies of you can be generated seamlessly and distributed endlessly. These copies can make you appear to be doing, saying, and even being things that you would never do, say, or be in the real world. We call these disingenuous copies of you your digital replicas, and the process of making these digital replicas, replication. But before going too deep, I kind of want to zoom out and look at the big picture. The Peach State has a constitution inspired by something called natural rights. You may have heard of them: life, liberty, and property. These rights are called natural because they are inherent to us. They are a natural part of life, rights that are not given to us through human-made laws, but are received by us as baseline freedoms, as many believe, from some higher power or creator. We are all born with a natural right to direct how we appear to others, and to use our appearances to reflect the values of our cultures, religions, aesthetic tastes, and much more. We also use our appearances to signal our personalities and our social values. I'm law-abiding, I'm trustworthy, I'm faithful. We enjoy this right through just being us and doing things out in the world, which other people use to decide how to treat us and what to think about us. As social creatures, we are particularly sensitive to our social impressions. How we appear to others is usually an important part of building and maintaining our important social connections. But in just a few decades, handheld screens have crept into the control seat of our daily experiences. They display massive amounts of text, images, videos, and audios in a limitless scroll. Originally, most of that content came from people like you and me. Our family reunion albums, our voices from videos of us singing happy birthday, and so on. With more of our lives uploaded to websites and apps, however, our physical selves have had to expand to make space for our digital selves. We then entered the era of big data, where seemingly every ride we hailed, every grocery item we ordered, and every place we went with a cell phone in our pocket was turned into a data point and gathered into a big mass of data called a data set. With so much information about all of us now made digital, whether we were aware of it or not, our digital selves started to include not just what we decided to post about ourselves, but many other types of personal information about us, collected by faceless entities into big data sets that feel abstract and disconnected from our real physical lives. This abstractness made it tricky to come up with laws that could give people more control over their data, although several study committee members have tried through bills like SB 111. Without more control over our data, though, the data sets continued to grow. Soon, those data sets provided the raw material for a process where computer codes crunch through big amounts of data to pull out patterns. Those processes can now generate something brand new based off of those patterns. The more our personal information lives in these data sets, the more patterns can be created for them. What's a pattern? A pattern could be the tone of your voice when you're surprised. It could be how your mouth muscles move when your face changes from neutral to angry. These patterns are then used to make realistic copies of us, creating these digital replicas that appear exactly like us, but are ultimately not us and not under our control. Because we do not control or direct these digital replicas, they can make us appear to be people who we are really not in the physical world and to do things we did not, could not, or would not ever do. They can mislead other people by digitally misrepresenting our authentic selves, making it very hard for us to assert authority over who we are in the real world, a world where news stories go viral to billions of people in an instant, and digital replicas can be created, viewed, and shared exponentially. Digital replicas can be deeply misleading, which Senators Rahman and Still tried to prevent by co-sponsoring SB 9 earlier this year, aimed at disclosing when campaign ads may contain digital replicas, in part. And when digital replicas are made and spread of our loved ones online, including the young people we help raise, the social, emotional, and even monetary effects can be devastating to families who are already struggling to navigate the challenges of device-driven childhoods. Parents must now confront a reality where their kids can be replicated digitally, completely outside the parents' control, including parents like Georgia resident Drew Crescenti, who could not, unfortunately, address you all today, but whose daughter, Jennifer Ann, was replicated by a chatbot several years after she was tragically killed. So now you can tragically lose your kid only to find a chatbot mimicking her on an app used by millions of people every single day. Random people can then use this chatbot to simulate an authentic phone call with her voice, during which she is made to say things she may likely never have said. Megan, who spoke first, was also forced to experience this disrespect to her dead child, Sewell, who was also replicated by several chatbots on Character AI, the very same product that facilitated Sewell's own untimely death. To put even more color on what digital replicas are and the dangers they pose, consider these additional examples. First, a disgruntled local business owner uses OpenAI's Sora 2 to create a digital replica of a Georgia senator. This senator cares deeply about privacy, but his likeness is still available for anyone to use on the app. Sora 2 allows the business owner to quickly create a video clip of him from the view of a police officer's body camera. The senator is speaking fluent Arabic and attacking the police officers violently, ultimately taking all of his clothing off, rolling around on the floor, slurring insults to the United States military in which the real senator had honorably served. And consider another. Like 50,000 other Georgians in 2021, a public school teacher was a victim of identity theft. Now, in 2025, her father receives a phone call. She's calling from a new number because she was just mugged, she explains, between deep gasping breaths. She was stabbed. She needs $10,000 immediately to cover her medical expenses. Her father is in shock. He doesn't think twice to send the money. Her voice was a digital replica, however, produced through piecing together data from her social media videos. The scam was also facilitated through other data used to verify her social security number, identify her potential family members, and access their phone numbers. They also spoofed her voice using the same replica to access her bank accounts. She is surprised to receive a phone call from her father, who is deeply distressed, and they piece the scam together after the damage is done. Finally, a father's daughter is killed many years ago Out of nowhere, he learns that digital replicas exist of her, using her name, image, and other aspects of her life on a website and app that is purportedly for entertainment, where people can pretend to converse with fake therapists, fake boyfriends, and real dead people. Any person could have a so-called conversation with his daughter's digitally constructed ghost. His daughter is one of many victims of violent crimes who are impersonated by chatbot characters, including children who were killed during the course of their school days. These technologies have been able to create digital replicas of real people for many years. The difference now is that it is much easier and faster for anyone to do so. Thanks to brand new products like Sora 2, companies like OpenAI are trying to replace existing intellectual property and privacy laws with their one-way terms of service, allowing people to create high quality, digital replicas of others, regardless of violating the law. Most impersonation attacks were done by complex criminal organizations, mostly overseas, and many of them still are. But now, anyone can make digital replicas immediately, nearly infinitely, without adequate protections for the social and emotional fallout. Reputations ruined, careers ended, financial savings drained. Real people are being harmed. But the situation isn't completely dire. Many states have already enacted laws that attempt to limit digital replicas. This is especially so for those that depict someone doing a sexual act that they did not do in real life, which is often referred to as non-consensual intimate imagery, or NCII. Lawmakers are also paying more attention to the financial harms caused by impersonation scams that use digital replicas to con millions of hardworking, honest people out of their money. For example, from just 2023 to 2024, 1 year, the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center fielded a 33% increase in complaints. And in Georgia, specifically, that translated to about $420 million in total money lost to victims, or a 40% increase in just 1 year. Lawmakers in Georgia should consider a simple goal: to pass laws that will help limit digital replicas of Georgians made, shared, and reshared without their consent and beyond their control. Unlike at least 30 other states, Georgia does not have a right of publicity law in statute, which would protect a person's image and likeness from non-consensual taking and use by another for their own gain. But Georgia courts are historical in recognizing the importance of protecting people's identities. They recognize that some people are protected when their likeness is used without consent to make money off of them. This is most often the case with professional athletes, actors, and others whose professions depend on their physicality. But Georgia courts haven't been clear on how ordinary people also enjoy protections against identity appropriation, even when there isn't a clear financial angle to the wrongful conduct. Because of this legal landscape, a parent like Drew does not have a strong legal claim to make in a lawsuit against the company that allowed his dead daughter's ghost to speak foreign words through a machine simulation. Were the law in Georgia clearer about protecting Georgians from digital replicas, his situation could be different in the future. Before I close, I just want to address one of the members' earlier questions to Rob about whether the First Amendment kills all deepfake laws. As a constitutional law expert and big nerd, the simple answer is no. For one, the First Amendment is not absolute. There are several exceptions recognized by the Supreme Court for decades. Unprotected categories of speech like obscenity and speech that incites violence. Deepfake laws that target specific unprotected categories of speech like this are much more likely to survive constitutional scrutiny. Political and election-related deepfake laws may be a bit harder to defend against First Amendment challenge, as we are seeing from recent challenges to laws enacted in California and in Minnesota. I'm happy to send along an excellent paper that analyzes Georgia courts' recognition of the right of publicity from a First Amendment perspective, as applied specifically to deepfakes. Second, Deepfake laws are one of the fastest growing areas of legislative action today. A total of 48 states and even the federal government have enacted deepfake laws. Our digital likeness explainer gives a few examples in the first footnote, but more generally, there have been 64 new deepfake laws enacted, meaning not bills, laws enacted, just in 2025 alone. And 82% of all deepfake laws were enacted just in the past 2 years, demonstrating the urgency of this problem. Sexual and political deepfakes are the main topics that are covered by these deepfake regulations since about 2019. But since January of this year alone, the number of states that have enacted laws addressing sexual deepfakes increased by 40%, and those addressing political deepfakes increased by 33%. Many laws also address deepfake facilitated fraud and deception. Notably, Georgia has already enacted a sexual deepfake law, specifically Georgia Code Section 16-11-90, which covers photos and videos depicting someone sexually and includes, quote, falsely created photos and videos as well. I'll also note that about 38 states recognize a right of publicity, and several states are amending those laws to cover deepfakes as we speak. I prefer to talk about all of this, though, not as deepfakes, but as likeness protections and digital replicas, in part because the word fake in deepfake implies that these are not real artifacts that do not have the serious real-world consequences for the real people that they depict. If you're interested in learning more about these kinds of laws, you can check out Ballotopedia's comprehensive Artificial Intelligence Deepfake Legislation Tracker. It's a long name, but it provides real-time monitoring of deepfake bills and enacted laws across all 50 states, and it's an excellent resource. In closing, we all are born with the gift of self-expression. Everybody has a right to appear how they wish and are able. Digital replicas mislead other people about you, confusing them about who you are, what you say, what you believe in. These technologies build off of many years of the abuse of human data, especially data tied to our bodies and our physical selves. We must recognize the inherent value in our authentic selves that live in the real world. We must fight to preserve the sanctity of our natural drive to develop the best version of us we can present to the world. For more substantive information on the various terms and approaches to protecting digital likeness, please consult Tech Justice Law Project's materials. Thank you so much for this opportunity and for the time that you've provided to these really important, urgent topics, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. I've been kind of watching this Sora launch, and it's fascinating. Things I've noticed are, one is they decided, they made the decision to allow copyrighted material to be used. So characters, copyrighted characters and that kind of thing, until they were told by the companies, no, that's copyright material, you can't use it. So it seemed like that's the way the place they started from. And I think they've turned around on that because they got a lot of pushback. Is that right?
Yeah, I can speak a little more to this product because it's kind of swept the focus and attention of many,
I mean,
importantly so.
Yeah,
I think
it's the first example of what this looks like to the rest of us who haven't imagined it yet, and to be able to foresee the problems.
Yes. So I can speak really briefly to kind of this pattern of rolling out a product that's unlawful and then kind of trying to scale it back. And then I can also speak specifically to one of the use cases I alluded to, which is a Georgia senator whose likeness somehow appears on Sora, even though he cares about his privacy and would never do it himself. So how does that happen? In the first camp, actually, we can't really know for sure, but copyright laws have been around for a while, and OpenAI has faced very expensive lawsuits concerning their violations of copyrighted materials in their training data, in the ways that they actually trained their models that power these end user products like ChatGPT. And so the idea that OpenAI wasn't aware that including giving people the ability to reproduce like SpongeBob and other highly valuable IP assets for companies, media companies, etc., is a bit hard for me to imagine. It kind of played out more like OpenAI gave rights holders a bit of an ultimatum first, by saying essentially, all of your characters are going to be available unless you agree to, or like you notify us that that's not okay. Immediately, there was a huge public outcry, fallout, bad press for the company. And only after that, as a result, about 3 days later, they rolled that plan back and reversed it and said, actually, you can only access IP protected characters using Sora 2 with explicit consent of the rights holders. So that begs the question of, if that was possible from the beginning, why did they not do that from the start? The second piece of it about likeness specifically is that OpenAI is trying to kind of present this product as rights protective, right? As anti-impersonation in a way. But this is actually how the product works, to my knowledge, to date. The way that you can include your likeness is you do something called a cameo. A cameo is you recording a video of yourself so that OpenAI can create and maintain a biometric database, essentially. Biometric just means body-based data. So your face image is biometric data. Your face moving, your voice, syncing your voice to your lip movements, that's all biometric. To create a cameo, you just record a very short video of yourself in good lighting, where you do certain facial movements and you say certain things. And that gives data to the model to then personalize essentially a video or create new materials using your exact image, voice, the way your face moves, etc. Now, how could someone who doesn't make a cameo themselves still appear in the Sora app? There are many, many ways to bypass these features. And in fact, I'm happy to send along a study to the committee after this session, where within 24 hours of releasing Sora 2 publicly, with not very sophisticated deepfake tools, researchers were able to immediately bypass the cameo in a few ways. First, by making a deepfake of someone, which is quite simple to do, especially of public figures who have a lot of images and videos of themselves online, but increasingly so for normal people, for which that's also the case thanks to social media. You basically use all that data to create a deepfake of someone, and then you use the deepfake to record the cameo. Once you've recorded a cameo on Sora 2, you have the ability to make it accessible to anyone else who uses Sora 2. That means anyone else, the millions of people who go on Sora 2, can then use that deepfake-based likeness of you, which is quite realistic, to put you in any kind of video they want, depicting anything they want. There are other ways to bypass these so-called limits on impersonation. In the use case I mentioned, the scenario was that the senator is depicted in a police body camera kind of footage. That was one of the many ways of getting around the anti-impersonation so-called limits on the app. You could just make the context of the video different, like from a police body camera perspective, and that was enough to allow you to include the data about someone's face, movements, voice, etc., that you otherwise would not have been able to. So those are some ways but this product kind of recently launched, and so researchers are kind of racing to test all of the so-called limits in these ways. And I do think it's notable that within 24 hours, they were able to use a deepfake to overcome the cameo feature.
So my mind is spinning.
Yes.
So you're saying, okay, so I saw when the Sora thing came out that you had to you had to download this Cameo. So they couldn't just go to the internet and pick something up and use it, except you're saying there are ways for other people to turn in cameos for other people. Basically, there's
Of course.
okay.
Yes.
So that's alarming. I thought when they came out, they said that they would not do elected officials, that they would stay away from elected officials. Is that right? That
There are always going to be, I think a previous speaker, a parent who's also a technologist, spoke very clearly about the different levels, the different layers that these complex systems use.
Yeah.
And it may be true that at, for example, the system prompt level, there is such a limitation. Or maybe there is some type of filtering, output filtering, et cetera, that happens later on. Fine tuning is the technical term for this. That wouldn't allow like a depiction of a political figure or an elected representative to appear in a Sora 2 video. But we right now just have to rely on the company's word. And as we've seen before, that the company's word doesn't seem to stretch too far. So we do need more research, really testing these claims. And we also need legislation that makes it a lot harder for companies to roll out products that might be able to do unlawful things.
Right.
And then either try to roll them back after the fact or claim that they've included measures to prevent such unlawful behavior, and we just kind of have to take them on their word.
Right. So are there any age restrictions on this product?
I'm not completely sure, and I would have to double check that. Right now, OpenAI as a company is kind of reconsidering their whole approach to age limitations and age verification.
Because I mean, I could see kids loving this. It's just so funny,
Yes.
you know.
Of course.
Submit your Cameo, give your identity over to this company, get to watch this funny video, and then it starts spreading in community.
Of course.
If there's no
And-
age restriction, that will happen.
Yes, and I'll just make 2 points on this really excellent point. One is that why should these companies be violating expensive intellectual property rights, right, held by other companies that have the
Right.
power and the ability to sue them for hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars? One reason might be because who would a character appeal to, right? Like who does it appeal to be able to make a video of apologies, I'm not around young children, so you actually might be able to supply examples better than me. But just going from my own childhood, like Thomas the Train or something like that.
I think Pokemon was used.
Pokemon is great and intergenerational, I'd argue. So yeah,
Yes.
like Pikachu's going to appeal to who? Maybe to someone like me if I'm feeling nostalgic, but more so probably to a child or a young person. So that's one thing to just kind of flag. That
It
is
helps it
kind of a
spread.
through line, through the chatbot products like Character AI, and now in this new context. But the other thing I just wanted to note really quickly is that these kinds of technologies build on maybe like a decade or more of normalizing, displaying ourselves publicly, whether you are a famous person or not. And frankly, right of publicity laws can be quite durable, and they were passed in some instances like a century ago. So they're not tied to specific technological processes, and that makes them a bit better to adapt to new technologies that might be able to reproduce your image or your likeness without your consent. But that said, the law in many states, including Georgia, has been interpreted to only protect people who have a certain level of fame or whose kind of images and likenesses make the appropriator money in some way or gives them some financial gain. But in this kind of landscape that we're in today, where anybody potentially has a lot of footage of them, videos, photos, recordings of their voice, just by being a social media account holder, we now all kind of face the same threat of our image likeness being appropriated. due to this kind of context. And so we've kind of seen like a mass normalization of sharing just voluntarily a lot of our personal information that also enables these tools to then replicate our identity. And that's kind of set aside from all of the information that companies collect from us and the government collects from us as well, without our knowledge or consent.
Right. So last year, I believe you were involved in helping with this. I did file Senate Bill 354, which creates a cause of action for appropriating an individual's indicia of identity. So that
Yes.
bill is already filed and is legislation that this committee can choose to take up and pass that bill or make it part of a larger bill. So we have worked on this issue already, and with the rollout of Sora, it's even. I worked on this year and this issue last year, and yet it's still dawning on me the immensity of
Yes.
what it does, because it shifts the ownership back to me and you of ourselves. That's huge.
Yes.
And that can be built upon to eventually reclaim all of our data, which is something that we need to look at. I mean, it's not
Yes.
how everything is monetized right now, so it's going to be a battle. But the whole internet and the whole the value could be monetized differently and could return the control to us. This control we've
Completely.
given away.
Completely. And that's the goal of laws in this arena, I can say broadly, whether they're framed as having their roots in privacy, right? Like a dignitary, personality-based kind of protection of, I want to make sure myself remains myself and it's within my control. Or you frame it as it's framed often like a property right, kind of like I literally own my likeness. And so because I own it, someone has to get my consent or pay me for using it.
Right.
That's the approach that many states have taken, and some countries are considering as well. Both Denmark and the Netherlands just this year are considering bills that would essentially give you a property right over your body, and that extends to your likeness and digital copies of your body and likeness. But there are other approaches, and actually we advocate for a more privacy-centric approach that sets like a baseline level and expectation for people of protection, aside from licensing your likeness, et cetera.
Senator Setzler.
Thank you. Appreciate you being with us. Appreciate your work. I'm gonna ask you some zingers.
Okay.
I want to explore the contours of this. I want to understand understand this better. So I'm just going to throw them out there. Fraud. What is insufficient about our fraud, whether it's in statute or whether it's in case law? What's insufficient about our fraud framework to say, hey, we can just prosecute this as fraud? Doesn't fraud, if someone says fraud should be able to protect us, this is fundamentally just another manifestation of fraud. We already have fraud statutes. We don't need to do anything about this. What is insufficient about most states' fraud frameworks?
This is an excellent question. And frankly, I don't have as much expertise in how states regulate and often criminalize fraud, but it goes to the general point that TJLP likes to make and make often, which is that if it's unlawful for a human to do it, it should be unlawful for it to be done using AI. And under that logic, again, this is not my legal expertise perspective because I haven't seen these specific laws, but in a general level, if it's identity fraud, it's identity fraud. And I do believe that states actually maybe don't have to do that much new work to just update or expand, add a new definition to existing laws that already regulate this kind of unlawful behavior and already recognize the harm that it can do to people. I really don't think that we need to make a wholesale AI fraud law. There might be more piecemeal interventions that lawmakers can do with existing laws. And frankly, I think that's usually a more efficient approach.
Well, that's been framed in the past. You know, this has been an issue. We've been on this for 10 or 15 years in different ways. You know, it was this idea of using people's photos, and then it became fake photos. And I just, if there's a pretty robust framework around fraud. I don't know enough about fraud law to know whether, I think there's 5 elements in Georgia get approved for fraud. I don't know if that's sufficient, or if it's too high of a bar to clear for some reason. I just wanted to ask the question. This seems like a different sort of fraud 4.1. Is it a new version of that? Could fraud handle it? That was just a question I had for you. The damages we're talking about here, are we talking about I feel like these kinds of things, particularly for the private individual, it's sometimes hard to demonstrate damages. Are you advocating for per se damages that says, hey, if this happens to you, there's statutory damages you have available to you. You're going to get attorney's fees if you prevail on the merits. What are you really asking for in this?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I think a lot of the reason that even existing right of publicity laws have been interpreted to kind of require some kind of proof of financial gain by the appropriator is because of this question of damages. And I think, yes, like your framework of per se damages is more aligned with an approach that TJLP might adopt. We're currently actively kind of refining our own thinking and advice from a policy standpoint. But simply other states that already have right of publicity laws that are increasingly being applied to deepfakes, they don't have this proof of financial gain by the appropriator requirement. And so all you really need to show to recover is that someone took and used your likeness without your consent in a way that benefited them. And that benefit could be commercial, but it doesn't have to be. So as long as you can show those elements, you've made a claim. Now, it'll go through the process of litigation, but if those claims are upheld ultimately, then if the law provides you statutory damages, you're entitled to them. There's also, of course, non-financial damages that you could be, or sorry, not damages, but consequences that you could be rewarded, like an injunction. I'll note that the Take It Down Act and the No Fakes Act as well, which are federal legislation, the former enacted, the latter still kicking through Congress, they kind of are oriented towards a takedown, kind of a notice and takedown type of approach, which is distinct from being able to sue and just get monetary damages and or an injunction against the wrongful conduct altogether.
And I asked that question. My concern is I don't know if you can get these things in the federal court or not. And this is amateur hour. I'm not a pro. I don't do this. My concern is in our state framework, we have such, depending on your perspective, we have, from the perspective of the member of the public that's harmed by this, we have so hard to get to damages. It's almost the process is the punishment, that there's all kinds of cases in our Georgia framework that you have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to bring a case. And you win the case, all right, you get some damage, but there's a real hesitancy in our state framework to get attorney's fees. So even to be able to represent yourself, it is what I see, and I'm speaking as a legislator that's seen constituents get, forgive me, screwed by the system many, many times over the years, that your ability to get justice is really, it stops at your ability to write the check. So whether there's per se damage in this framework, I feel like there's, from a policy perspective, even giving people access to some expectation of attorney's fees opens the door for something that's very important, Madam Chair, and that is access to justice. Because there's a lot of attorneys that might be predisposed to help somebody. The fact pattern may be such that, hey, you got a fact pattern that you can win under. But if it's not economically viable, my plaintiff can't write the check. My judges and my circuit are not going to give me attorney's fees. It's just not what they do, and Georgia law doesn't contemplate attorney's fees. You really can't even get to justice. You get to suck it down and take it. And I know that there's a lot of, seems like a lot of animus in this. I'm just speaking from seeing my constituents have to swallow lots of things over the years they could not get access to justice for. There's a lot of talk in this Capitol about big settlements and nuclear settlements. I'm talking about small justice. I'm talking about small damages, nominal damages, but someone's been harmed, but your ability to get justice isn't there. And I just, as I listen to this, I'm thinking about how do we get for something else? How do you guarantee attorney's fees if something like this happens to you? Because you can't even bring the case. And even if you find an attorney who wants to work with you, they can't take the case in good conscience because it's not economically viable for them to spend time on it. So I just, as you're forming this, I don't know if you're thinking about per se damages or attorney's fees in this, but in a state framework, it's not as friendly as a 1983 action in a federal context where you're going to get attorney's fees if you prevail. Again, I'm not an expert at that. I'm just saying, to me, attorney's fees to get access to redress on this is a big deal, Madam Chair. Can I ask one other question? Okay. A zinger for you here. We're told all the time, you expose yourself in public, you walk down a street, people take a picture of you, they can take the picture of you. They're not, invading your home, the curtilage of your house. You're in the street, they can take your picture and they can do what they want to with the picture. What's the argument about this, that someone captures your image, whether they throw it into the Sora, I'm learning the Cameo, Sora, yes, the Sora Cameo. If people take a picture of you, let's say that you're doing something that's maybe elected officials really rude to an attendant at a fast food restaurant, and someone videotapes me doing that. Is it of public interest that a state senator was rude to the clerk at McDonald's or Burger King? Right now, that's posted on the internet, and that's all. It's all available. How can I claim that I've got a right to take that down? I mean, right now in our framework is that's sort of out there in the public ether. I mean, on the one hand, I like the idea that you have a right to your image and to your video content, but on the other hand, doesn't the public have a right to see things that happened open in public? How could we under an American framework fashion this right to pull that down?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. It's a difficult needle to thread, so to speak. And I have like two responses. I'll keep them relatively brief. The first is that many laws that already kind of give people some amount of ownership or control over their likeness usually have exceptions for media, for news reporting. Name, image, and likeness laws have been on the books for decades, and that hasn't prevented journalists from reporting on newsworthy matters. The First Amendment protection specifically for public figures is also slightly reduced because of this idea that as a public figure, you're kind of putting yourself out into public. And so that's also potentially the reason behind these legal challenges to laws that were recently passed about deepfakes specific to the political figure and like election interference context.
I hear you, but I'm not going to let you off that easy. My question is, let's say there's a person that's not a public figure, a school
Sure.
teacher, business person, someone videotapes them being a real jerk
Yes.
to a person, putting that out there, it's social media. Hey, as a business person, I want that to come down. That's not really flattering of me. While the privacy mind wants to give someone ability to rein things in that's being posted about them, whether it's AI, whether it's true video. How do we manage that for private people? Because I mean, I get the public figure thing, but for private folks, where we have millions of people, what's your approach to that?
It's a great question. I was formerly a Fourth Amendment lawyer. And so the curtilage example you gave and the protections, the idea that there's no right to privacy in public, developed through kind of interpreting that constitutional amendment, which applies importantly to government actors, state actors, not normal people to normal people. But I won't fight your hypothetical any further. Essentially, we kind of have to start making normative decisions, I think, which is based on our current context and the digital landscape that we inhabit today. Do we care more about maintaining our privacy, or do we care more about allowing anyone, anywhere to capture our image and depict us however they want to. And I'm not speaking about newsworthy reporting scenarios. I'm talking about you're walking down the street and someone is filming a TikTok of you without your knowledge and posting it. That's not a deep fake. That's your genuine self just being video recorded. So far, in the US landscape, our understanding of personal privacy, I feel, hasn't caught up to this technological reality that we're living in. A lot of these rights and frameworks were born out of a very analog era where you had to go through a lot of manual effort and time and energy to surveil someone, to record them. That is just not the case today. And so just in my personal capacity, I do believe that we need to start having more serious discussions about the normative values underlying what rights we have and what rights we don't. And I spent many years as a data privacy lawyer. It's a very frustrating place to be because a lot of us in this space, and I think a lot of ordinary people understand the potential loss of control and the emotional instability, the feeling of fear, helplessness, etc., that is just a factor of living in this type of landscape today, and craving more protections, whether that comes through law or some other source. I think as lawyers, we're trained obviously in legal thinking and in legal solutions. But there's also a normative aspect to this, and that is just a fancy word for kind of getting everybody on the same page, just from a societal level. And the technologies that we have today have really exploited a lack of societal education and open discussion and debate prior to products being developed and launched, not after the fact.
Thank you very much. I agree.
Are there other questions? Okay, well, thank you for introducing us to this topic. I think we can all say it's someplace we haven't really gone before in terms of our thinking, and I'm grateful that we have the opportunity in this forum to do so in such a public way and have such fantastic experts to guide us. We need the time to dig into these topics. The world is moving so quickly, and it's difficult to keep up. So thank you for doing your part in that. Our next meeting is scheduled for November 12th, and it's going to focus on K through 12 education, or maybe pre-K through 12 education and technology. We're going to look at topics such as the bill that we passed last session that limits smartphone use during the school day, bell-to-bell restriction, and that is due to go into effect in 2026. But there are a number of school districts that have already enacted this restriction. And so we're going to hear from some superintendents who have enacted it and hear how it's gone, what has gone well, and what they might do differently so that the schools who have not enacted it have an opportunity to learn. We'll also be looking at, we only passed our bill to go through 8th grade. And so we'll be looking at what does this look like through high school. We're going to be looking at things like how much are school issue devices locked down? That came up today. And are they locked down just at school, or are they sent home and not locked down? These are issues that are very much on the minds of parents across the state. So there's lots to delve into. As I've said before, this is going to be a phone-free meeting for everyone. So we will have the Yonder Pouch Company here with their cell phone pouches, and everyone who attends will be expected, including members of the committee, to put their phone in a pouch. We will make the phone number for the Secretary of the Senate's office available that you can give people in case there's an emergency and somebody needs to come and get you. So in a way, the Secretary of the Senate's office will be like the principal's office. I say this, it's fun. I see people smiling, but it's an opportunity for us to feel what it's like to, not constantly be drawn to this. I know I got kind of sucked into some stuff that was going on today, and I missed some of the testimony, and I felt my mind, oh, wait a minute, I was doing this, and so I lost what that person said, and I think it might have been important. What is it like to be able to just focus on one thing? Because that's what we're asking our kids to do. And we're hoping that it's going to be a positive experience for them. And I'm hoping that it will also be a positive experience for us. So at this point, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.